So this is what we would describe as a comminuted fracture, and it's commonly associated with crush injury.
In your decades of practice, Dr. Moore, have you ever seen a thrown in the way that Mr. Depp described?
Well, not in this setting. It wouldn't create a fracture with without the associated.
And in your decades of practice, when you see a comminuted fracture like this, have typically caused it?
So crush mechanisms could be slammed in a drawer, caught between two logs in the fireplace, car door, sliding glass door. Those are all any mechanism that squeezes the finger between two hard opposing surfaces could create this type of injury.
In that you reviewed, how did he describe what happened to the alleged bottle when it hit the bar?
I believe he said it exploded, shattered.
If loaded near his finger in the way that he alleges, what would you expect to see in the documents?
Did a good job of documenting the presentation, the appearance of the wound. They did not document the presence of any glass shards, and there were no.
Dr. Moore, just before we move on from X-rays, can you? I know that this, when it's blown up like this, it's a little bit blurry, but can you point out or describe to the jury where the multiple bone fragments are?
So they're in the very tip. If you see the joint, and then there's what we call the transverse. Multiple fragments are in the tuft, and the.
To the glass. In the records that you reviewed, Dr. Moore, did you see any adjacent injuries? In other words, injuries to any other part of Mr. Depp's hand, tip of his middle finger?
No.
And is that observation consistent with the exploitation in the medical records from the hospital in Australia?
Yes.
Did any of those providers report retrieving glass from the wound?
No.
What about any glass in other parts of the hand?
No.
What about any glass in any of the other fingers?
No.
Is there any reference at all, Dr. Moore, that any glass in the records that you've reviewed?
No.
And Dr. Moore, in your decades of practice, have you ever seen an injury associated with a glass explosion that was finger in the way Mr. Depp describes?
Well, not consistent with the clinical images and the findings in this case, no.
Have you ever seen an injury associated with an alleged glass explosion where no other glass was found on any part of the patient's body or clothing or anything? Mm-hmm. And because there's been talk of a glass explosion, Dr. Moore, there's seems to have been a suggestion that somehow glass at the end of Mr. Depp's finger. Is that what's going on here?
No, this wound,
which is a term I had never heard before. Your opinion in this case. Explain to the jury what that is, please.
So often with crush injuries and that we call an avulsion, or where the tissues actually, it's not uncommon with crush injuries to see that.
In your decades of practice, Dr. Moore, have you ever seen an avulsion injury with a partial amputation, an object thrown from the top of the finger in the way that Mr. Depp describes?
No. Again, I think that the description differs appearance on the images.
Michelle, can you please pull up Exhibit 369 at page? Dr. Moore, you said you've treated thousands of hand injuries over the course of your career, correct?
Correct. Describe that as a...
Objection. Calls for speculation.
The picture just changed.
Sorry.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. What is that on Mr. Depp's hand?
That as a...
Objection. Calls for...
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. What is that on Mr. Depp's?
So that's a plaster splint. A half a cast is how I sometimes describe it to patients. And
is that plaster splint hard or soft?
What's plaster Paris? It hardens like a cast does.
Dr. Moore, does Mr. Depp's description became injured line up with the facts that you've seen?
No.
I have no further questions.
Good morning, Dr. Moore.
Good morning.
Mr. Depp's video deposition. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And you said you reviewed Mr. Depp's testimony at this trial, correct?
That's correct.
And was that also a video of his testimony?
Yes,
Demonstrated that his hand was flat on a surface. Is that correct?
that's correct.
That's not entirely accurate, is it, though?
No, his description was relatively distant in both, including turning and resting the hand on the edge.
Isn't it true, Dr. Moore, that when Mr. Depp did the demonstration, his deposition fingers were hanging over the bar?
Well, even hanging over the bar, it still leaves the dorsum of the hand or the nail vulnerable.
That's
to
not
the-
my question, Dr. Moore. My question is that Mr. Depp said his fingers were not laying flat on a table, they were hanging over the bar.
Yes.
Okay. And in fact, you knew that opinion. Isn't that correct?
Well, I believe that as I demonstrated sitting here, that I said that he had said they were slightly curled over, I think was the description.
Your description in this courtroom was that it was laying flat, and I think you've done that now twice. But in your deposition, you testified that his fingers were actually hanging over the bar. Isn't that correct?
Objection. Witness's testimony, he clearly indicated they were curled, or could have been curled.
Overruled.
So that's a distinction that perhaps I misstated descriptions. However, that does not substantially change my opinion of the impact it would have on the mechanism.
That Mr. Depp also testified that the bottle came from an off angle.
Yes.
Okay. And you consider that in rendering your opinions today, correct?
Yes, I believe he stated that it came from 10 feet. I think it was I think he demonstrated it was off to his right. I can't recall specifically, but it was off angle, yes.
Okay. So it didn't come from the top, as you preached just a few minutes ago, correct?
Well, no, it would have struck the top of the finger, but it may have been slightly off angle in its approach based on the description.
Mr. Depp described it as off angle.
Correct.
Dr. Moore, just at the outset, your billing rate for providing deposition testimony is $1,000 per hour?
That's correct.
All right. And you were deposed in this action for 2nd, 2022?
That's correct.
And your billing rate for providing trial testimony is $5,000 per day?
That's correct.
You were retained in this case by Ms. Heard's legal team, correct? Over the last few years, you've provided expert services for one of Ms. Heard's law firms on at least 2 other cases, right?
That's correct, yes.
Dr. Moore, is it fair to ask to how Mr. Depp injured his finger in Australia, correct?
No, I have no personal knowledge. My impression is based on his description of the injury and the available.
But you weren't in Australia with Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard,
I
correct?
was not in Australia, no.
And so therefore you have no personal knowledge as to how that injury was sustained.
Correct.
You also his finger, did you?
Correct.
You didn't examine Mr. Depp's finger at the time it was injured.
I did not.
And you never provided any medical treatment to Mr. Depp in connection with this finger injury, did you? Now, you've testified that you identified Mr. Depp's finger injury as a crush injury, correct?
Correct.
And a crush injury is when a body part is crushed or trapped on firm surfaces, yes?
Yes.
And a crush injury to a finger can occur when a foreign object hits the finger, right?
Yes.
And based on reviewed of Mr. Depp's finger injury, you cannot determine what particular object caused the injury to his finger, yes?
Well, I can't determine exactly what did it. I think that I can say with confidence that the described mechanism of the bottle hitting and shattering the finger was not consistent with.
And is just very specific. You can't determine the object that caused the injury to Mr. Depp's finger.
Well, it's a little bit more of a non-specific. Again, I can't determine the exact object, but I can determine that it's unlikely that it was sustained in the manner described.
Object, isn't it?
Yes.
Okay. So you can't rule out that the injury to Mr. Depp's finger was caused by a vodka bottle, correct?
Well, based on the injury pattern, described mechanism of injury is inconsistent with medical findings.
Right. Injury.
Well, I can't rule out that a vodka bottle caused the injury, but I can rule out that it was caused in the manner described in his.
Rule out that the injury was caused by a knife, right?
I think it's unlikely that the injury was caused by a knife.
But you can't rule it out.
Well, if a simple knife laceration, distal phalanx to result in the comedy fracture. Now, a chopping type, but again, that would likely come from a direction that would injury to create the fracture that was developed.
Do you remember giving testimony in this case, Dr. Moore?
Deposition?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. And you were under oath, correct? And that was on March 22nd, 2022. Yes?
Correct.
Okay. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Dr. Moore, may I to page 163 of your deposition, specifically line 17. (163). Actually, apologies, 164. Line 4.
Correct.
Question, but you can't rule it out completely, right? Answer, I can't rule out completely. I can't rule out that he caught it in the door, cut it with a knife, or slammed it in the car door. Or, again, as Dr. Gilmer said, we can't definitively say what caused this injury. Did I read that correctly?
Your Honor, I would object as to the incomplete impeachment. I think if she's going to read his answer, she also needs to read or give Dr. Moore the chance to read the paragraph below. She just picked out half.
Can redirect.
Yeah,
I'll
as
rule the
well as the
objection.
paragraph above.
Dr. Moore, there's no question pending. Thank you, though. Can't rule out that the injury was caused by a car door either. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. But it's your testimony sitting here today that your injury was caused by a vodka bottle. Is that your testimony?
My testimony is that I can rule out the injury as caused by the mechanism described by.
But you can't definitively say what caused the injury to Mr. Depp's finger.
Well, the definitive injury is a crush injury, again, I can say. I mean, I think that it's quite likely that the initial mechanism described at the time of presentation of the accordion doors would classically create the hand up in front. If you picture accordion doors as the edge is closed, if the hand's up, the palm is exposed, if the door's pushed, and the
Dr.
hinge
Moore,
closes about the finger. I think it's important that they understand that.
This is definitively say what caused the injury to Mr. Depp's fingers. Yes or no?
No.
Okay. In conducting your analysis of Mr. Depp's finger injury, you did not attend the incident. Is that right?
Well, I think the incident was reconstructed. You mean did I throw a vodka bottle at something?
No, no, Dr. Moore. I mean reconstruction, either computerized or any. You didn't conduct any type of accident reconstruction of the alleged.
No, that's correct. My opinion is based on the medical records and the clinical images and Mr.
And your analysis is based on an understanding of how Mr. Depp described the exact positioning of his finger at the time of the injury. Yes?
Yes.
Okay. And your analysis is also based on remaining completely still in the instance that a vodka bottle was hurled at him. Yes?
No, my assessment is on his description of the vodka bottle striking the top of his finger.
But his hand stayed still, according to your analysis. Yes? When you perform traumatic finger surgeries, you inquire about the cause of the injury, trying to get care. Because the patient is trying to get care, that patient is generally telling the truth, right?
You would hope so.
Yeah. You reviewed Dr. Kipper's deposition testimony about Mr. Depp's finger injury, correct?
Correct.
In forming your opinion, did you consider Dr. Kipper's deposition testimony that while Dr. Kipper was providing emergency treatment
Objection,
for
Your
Mr.
Honor.
Depp,
Okay.
Let's start over, because it's important the jury hears this. So, informing your opinion, Dr. Kipper's deposition testimony that while Dr. Kipper was providing emergency treatment for Mr. Depp's finger injury in Australia in the driveway of the house, Mr. Depp told injured when Miss Heard threw a vodka bottle at him.
I don't recall that from the deposition. I'd be happy to review it if you have it available.
Did you consider Dr. Kipper's testimony that he recalled that Mr. Depp's finger was found in the kitchen?
I do.
Also seeing Dr. Kipper's deposition testimony that he wasn't the one who actually found the finger, correct?
That's correct.
Dr. Kipper testified that someone he thought was the chef told him he found the finger.
I'm going to assume so without reading the deposition now.
Did you review any testimony from Ben King in rendering your opinions today?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Did you see any of Mr. King's testimony at this trial?
I did not.
So you're not aware that Mr. King testified that he is the one who found Mr. Depp's finger, are you? And you're not aware that Mr. King testified that he found Mr. Depp's finger in the bar area, right?
Correct.
And you're not aware that Mr. King testified he found Mr. Depp's finger in a piece of tissue?
No.
And you're not aware that Mr. King testified that multiple broken liquor bottles were also found in the bar area, right?
Correct.
If we could please pull up to 1-7, which is already in evidence. And it may be published, please.
I just don't have it yet.
That would help.
I just have a blank screen at the moment. There we go. Oh, sorry, something.
Thank
There we
you.
go. Okay.
Have you ever seen this picture before, Dr. Moore?
No.
So you're not aware that this is the bar area where found Mr. Depp's finger? Found Mr. Depp's finger?
No.
Okay. Do you see that broken vodka bottle in the back corner near the bottom of the bar? Do you see the blood drops on the floor?
Yes.
Can we please pull up Defendant's Exhibit 1? Have you seen this picture before, Dr. Moore? Do you see the blood drops on the floor?
Yes.
Can we please pull up Defendant's Exhibit 1820, which is already in evidence? Have you seen this picture before, Dr. Moore?
I have not.
So you're not aware that this is also a picture from the bar area where Mr. King testified he found Mr. Depp's finger?
Correct.
Tissue on the ground at the bottom of the bar?
Yes.
Do you see the blood drops around that tissue?
Yes.
So you didn't consider any of this evidence in rendering your opinion about how Mr. Depp in Australia, did you?
I did not.
Okay. Nothing further, Your Honor. Thank
All right.
you.
Redirect. Yes, sir.
Can you pull up Exhibit 1 shown to the witness, please? And can you blow up that what Ms. Vasquez, Dr. Moore, what based on your review of the documents in this case, what did you understand to be the size of?
A handle, a half-gallon bottle.
And that's bigger than a 750 mil or fifth of liquor, correct?
Yes.
And what size bottle, if to the extent this does that appear to be to you?
Calls for speculation, Your Honor.
I'll sustain the objection.
Does that appear to be a handle?
It is.
Objection calls for speculation.
I'll sustain the objection.
You can take that down. Dr. Moore, Ms. Vasquez just asked you about Dr. Kipper's deposition testimony, and she said she claims that Mr. Depp allegedly told him that the finger was severed from a vodka bottle. Remember that question a few minutes ago?
Objection leading.
Overruled.
I do remember that question.
Thank you. Is that alleged account, is that consistent with the texts you reviewed between Mr. Depp and Dr. Kipper?
No.
And what did those texts say?
Mr. Depp indicated that he had cut his finger off.
Now, Ms. Vasquez wouldn't let you finish when you were trying to explain to the jury how Mr. injuring his finger in an accordion door would be perfectly consistent with photographs you saw. Could you please explain that to the jury?
Well, so again, we tend to try to believe with an honest history initially, and that's a reasonable mechanism for this to have occurred. And again, if you picture your hand up with either a closure of a hinge or a closure. The palmar surface is exposed. If it's caught in that hinge as it closes, it could be slightly off center. It would pinch that tissue away in a similar fashion, but because it's below the level of the nail bed, it fractures the tissue loss and preserve the nail bed.
Can you look at page 164 of your deposition, the one that Ms. Vasquez?
Yes.
Objection, Your Honor. I'm going to object on hearsay grounds.
Your Honor, she only.
Oh, overruled.
Thank you. Ms. Vasquez asked you a question, and then she read you impeach you, but she only read half of the answer. So I'm going to read the whole answer to the jury, and I'm going to ask you to tell me if I'm reading your answer right. Okay? The question is on page 164, line 4, out completely, right? And you answered, I can't rule anything out completely. I can't rule out that he caught it in the door, cut it with a knife, or slammed it in the car door, or, as Dr. Gilmore said, we can't definitively say what caused this injury. And then you go on to say, this is where Ms. Vasquez cut you off and didn't let you finish.
I don't think that's in the transcript.
Saying that.
The rest of your answer that she didn't read to you, Dr. Moore, is the question I can answer is that the mechanism that was described and demonstrated by Mr. Depp is inconsistent with the injury pattern that's found on the images and the description. Did I read that right?
Yes.
And does that,
Yes.
has anything that's been presented to you on cross-examination changed any of the opinions that you hold in this case?
No.
I have nothing further. Thank you, Dr. Moore.
Thank you. All right, Dr. Moore, it's up to you. All right, thank you. All right, your next witness,
Your Honor, we'd like to call Dr. David Spiegel.
Dr. Spiegel. All right, that's fine. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. The doctor can be sworn.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm to testify truthfully in this case in the penalty of law?
Thank you, Your Honor. Will you please tell the address?
David R. Spiegel. I'm a physician. I work at 825 Fairfax Avenue in Norfolk, Virginia, in Virginia Medical School.
And what is your occupation?
I'm a physician psychiatrist.
And where do you work? Do you work at?
I work at Eastern Virginia School, but I also work at Norfolk General Hospital, which is the teaching hospital in Norfolk.
How many years have you been practicing as a psychiatrist?
In 1989, I graduated residency in 1993. So from 1993 to today, I've been practicing.
So that's almost 30
That's
years?
30 years, yeah.
Okay, thank you. Please describe for the jury the nature of your clinical practice.
So my clinical practice is both inpatient care at Norfolk General Hospital, as well as my outpatient practice at Eastern Virginia Medical School. About 85 to 90% is clinical between the two components.
And what is involved in a comprehensive evaluation?
So in a comprehensive evaluation, to reviewing the historical information that you receive from collateral other sources, you undertake a history from the patient. You get whether it's the history of current illness, family history, social history, legal, substance history. Then you do what's called a mental status exam, which is the psychiatric version of the actually giving a description of what you see in front of you, Then you can do cognitive testing. Which tests the patient memory, attention, concentration, etc. Then you come up with a working and a differential diagnosis, describe any other additional testing you may need or not need, and then you come up with a treatment plan.
How many patients have you treated over the 30 years?
Quite a lot, probably in the tens of thousands.
And how many regularly see?
So inpatient is generally about 5 to 8, sometimes more. Outpatient, 5 to 6, sometimes more. I should point out that my inpatient work is divided service, so we will talk about that.
What, if any, differences are there on how many patients you see on weekends as opposed to weekdays?
So when I'm on call, which is Saturday or Sunday, meaning I have to be in the hospital and around, that's probably an additional 35 plus patients.
How frequently do you treat patients who...
Drugs and alcohol are part of psychiatric practice, and so probably 3/4 of my patients have substance abuse problems. Yes, put them both together, probably 75%.
And how frequently do you treat patients who have suffered from someone in their lives who abuses alcohol and drugs?
I said, on a daily basis. This is part of what psychiatry is.
Okay. And as part of that treatment of patients who abuse drugs and alcohol, do you evaluate the impact of the abuse interactions with others?
Yes, substance of abuse, both in the short term and the long term, can affect the brain in terms of mood, meaning attention, concentration, memory, ability to control your behavior, as well as your overall level of functioning. It can affect it in the short term, alcoholic blackouts. It can affect it by causing stroke, such as stimulants can. And so at the end of the day, it's a rather lengthy list can do to the human brain.
Dr. Spiegel, how frequently have you treated patients who have suffered intimate partner violence?
Again, it's very unfortunate of my patients suffer from trauma. If I had to guess of those 50%, probably 25% of my practice is
How consistent is that with the national average?
In America, unfortunately, it's about 20 to 25%, depending on the study, of women have reported intimate partner violence.
And how frequently have you treated patients who have perpetrated the intimate partner violence?
So again, in the outpatient setting, I don't see much, but in the inpatient setting, again, it's a really relative common phenomenon that I will see perpetrators of partner violence. And, you know, they're.
And overall, how many patients have you treated who have been perpetrators of intimate partner violence?
Perpetrators?
Yes.
Probably 5 to 10% of perpetrators.
And would you say tens of thousands over the 30 years?
Yes.
And leading.
Overruled. Thank you. Do you regularly evaluate these patients?
Do I regularly evaluate the patient?
Evaluate the patient, yes.
Oh, yes. Yes, regularly. I mean, they get the same comprehensive evaluation that I just.
Are you licensed in Virginia?
Yes, I am.
And when did you first become licensed in Virginia?
1993. Have.
In how many states have you been qualified as an expert?
3, which would be Virginia.
Educational background beginning with your undergraduate studies?
So I went known as Downstate Medical Center. I did my internship and residency between Dartmouth Hitchcock Medical Center and Penn State Hershey Medical Center. Also fellowship, board certified in consultation liaison psychiatry.
Okay. And
At Penn State and internship at Dartmouth.
okay. And what is your current title and position?
So I am psychiatry and behavioral sciences at Eastern Virginia Medical School.
Are you board certified?
Yes, I am.
And what are you board certified in?
General adult and consultation liaison psychiatry is a subspecialty. So board certification is the standard we strive to in being a physician or any other mental health practitioner. It involves taking a very comprehensive test at the beginning of your career to initiate board certification. Then you get tested again every 10 years. Then you have to go to education throughout the entire period. You have to do what's called performance in practice, which is basically ways to improve things in your. And again, this occurs always throughout the years.
Okay. Now, are you a member of any professional organizations?
Yes, I am a
Please tell the
member
jury.
of the American Psychiatric Association of Virginia. I'm a member of the Tidewater Academy of Psychiatry, and I'm a member of the Academy of Consultation Liaison Psychiatry. So yes, so teaching is a daily occurrence as part of my job when I do my inpatient rounds. Residents, medical students, physician assistant students are there, and there's teaching with every single encounter. In addition to that, I teach lectures to the residents, first-year medical students, as well as a fourth-year medical student lecture as well. So I'm hands-on training with the residents.
With psychiatrists?
Oh, yeah. So again, I'm teaching at bedside. I mean, we don't speak in front of the patient, obviously, but I'm teaching at bedside. We see a patient, we discuss the important points to learn. And again, that includes residents at every level. That includes medical students, third, second, and first year physician assistants. Every day is a teaching explanation session to the students and residents.
What is your role at Eastern Virginia Medical School?
So as the acting chair, you are not only accountable for your own practice, but you are treating, seeing, evaluating a certain number of patients. I have responsible for their academic requirements. So in terms of teaching assignments to other residents, to other students, I'm responsible for fiscally that they are accountable to their fiscal productivity. A heck of a lot of other administrative catatonia in the consultation liaison setting. I have a book chapter on the current and current and contemporary approaches temporomandibular disease, at least the psychiatry. I'm also in a dissociative identity disorders chapter on a wiki book.
And have you peer-reviewed literature?
I've served as a reviewer on Lancet. I've served as a reviewer as innovations in clinical neuroscience. I've served on reviewer for, and I'm actually editor-in-chief of, at this point, of clinical neuropharmacology.
Have you lectured on the effects of drugs and alcohol on the human brain?
Yes, I teach to the residents. I teach lecture to the second-year medical students, a third-year in the emergency room and the consultation and inpatient settings.
Have you published and lectured on the causes and effects of intimate partner abuse?
Yes, I punctured, I believe, effects of trauma, and in that trauma was intimate partner violence.
Are you familiar with the hallmarks of intimate partner violence?
Yes.
Are you familiar with what
One more, excuse me?
what causes intimate partner violence?
Yes, there's a multiple explanation that cause intimate partner violence. And if I can just mention at this point too, that saying intimate partner violence, I think it's imperative for the jury to know we are talking about repetitive behavior over periods, any physical, psychological, sexual, but just as important is for somebody, one of the partners, to maintain some uneven element of control, to maintain power, control, or authority. So there are a lot of facets to intimate partner violence. I know people tend to think of it as just the actual abuse, but there's more to it than just the actual abuse act. Abuse act's important, but it's not the sole thing.
Emphasis on drug and alcohol abuse, intimate partner violence, and the effect of these as they pertain to the issues in this case.
All right, any objection?
Your Honor,
You wish to avoid?
his qualification.
Okay, thank you.
General adult psychiatry
Yes.
and liaison consultation psychiatry.
Other way around, but consultation liaison point.
Right. Now, that is not medical problems and health problems.
So you're saying it's subspecialty?
Yes.
So consultation liaison psychiatry does have that, but you're also patients who have medical illness, who have comorbid psychiatric illness, or people who have psychiatric illness that have comorbid medical, have tried to take their own life, and unfortunately, as part of that, intimate partner violence and trauma in general is part and parcel of that. So it's very, very narrow to say psychiatric interface. It's much more of psychiatric patients who need medical help, medical patients who develop psychiatric problems, but also that interface.
So as a subset of your trauma patients, which you say are about 50% of your practice, as a subset of that practice, some people involved with intimate partner violence.
So as a subset of my overall practice, 50% have suffered from trauma. About half of that number have suffered from, I'm sorry, about 20, so it's 20, about 20% that suffer from intimate.
You've never conducted any empirical research on individuals who experienced intimate partner violence, have you, sir?
If your definition is trials, is that trials, or what are you saying? Is that what you're saying? Because I've done review articles on patients who suffered from trauma. So the answer is, I haven't done any studies like where you give them medication for treatment or try one treatment versus another. I've reviewed the body of literature on intimate partner violence to get 2 review articles, yes.
So you,
I would have to disagree with you on that, sir. Reading about it and writing a review article are completely 2 different things, sir.
all right. You haven't authored any specifically on IPV, have you, sir?
As a subset of trauma, the answer is yes. In terms of in the name of the title of the article, the answer is no.
You've specifically on IPV.
I've never written any books on IPV, although temporomandibular disease, okay, in terms of psychiatric issues, does have a higher patients who have suffered from trauma, including intimate partner violence.
You've never.
And I am part of that book.
Okay. Temporal mandibular disease deals with problems with the jaw.
Is that a question, sir?
What is temporomandibular?
The temporomandibular disease is a problem with oral issues, yeah, but there are many patients who complain where the oral surgeon cannot find a reason for it, and the reason why they can't, traumatic sensations, which can manifest in temporomandibular disease. Thank you, I appreciate that. Nice plug for my book, too, thank you.
Didn't hear it, but I haven't written any chapters of any books specifically about IPV.
Again, I think I've gone over that. I've written 2 articles on that, and I've written parts of chapters. Identity disorder, I should add, where I did write a chapter on, is completely based on trauma and intimate partner violence.
Right. I'm not asking you about trauma because you want to talk about trauma. I'm asking you specifically.
I will reiterate again, you cannot separate intimate partner violence and say that is a separate, is overall, intimate partner violence is part of trauma. And the answer to the question is any individual who suffers from a dissociative disorder, which I am the author of, suffers from trauma, whether it be at the hands of childhood or it be at the hands of an intimate partner.
Right, but you've already practiced as IPV, correct?
Which is, actually, I treat the national average of patients. About 20% of patients suffer from it, and that's about my practice number.
That, except you're discounting the fact that this is not trauma at all. So 10% of your practice is IPV.
I don't know if the numbers add up exactly like that.
I'm just using yours.
I don't know if I'm doing add up like that. Because I'm not sure if that's the case of violence. I see it on a daily basis, and I'm not sure exactly why I'm getting asked the same question again.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
You listed 60 references. You said 80 now, and publications. And
I said around 80. I said around 80.
60, 80, whatever it is, right?
No, 60 now in Google, not Google. Put PubMed, Spiegel DR, and you'll find that number is 72 with 2 waiting to be impressed. 1 submitted, so that'd be 75. So it's around 80 is not necessarily the most updated version, because I still publish since the CV's been given to you, sir.
Right. And not 72, 80 articles has IPV in the title, right?
Correct. Not one of them has IPV. It does have trauma, but not IPV.
Right. On the topic of IPV specifically,
as a function of trauma and as a function of somatic illness, again, I would say to you that it's part and parcel. So the answer is yes, I have. Okay.
All right.
The answer is yes, I have.
and IPV doesn't appear in your CV at all.
If you say it's not in my CV, I will believe you.
Okay.
There's a lot of things that are not in my CV that I do. So.
And you're not associated with any professional literature on IPV.
I'm sorry, repeat the question, sir?
Is there any professional literature that you've contributed to relative to IPV specifically as opposed to trauma generally?
The question again, sir, is that you cannot separate this artificial separation you are trying to do between trauma and intimate partner violence. It is part and parcel of trauma to read it like that.
Your Honor, plaintiff would accept this witness as an expert on general psychiatry, and with respect to the drug usage, Spredehoff reference, but not with respect to IPV.
All right, over objection, he's entered as an expert as stated on the record. All right, you may continue. Thank you.
Very much, Your Honor. At our request, what have you reviewed in this case? And just go ahead and give me more
So
general.
it's a lengthy review, but court filings, psychology was done on Ms. Heard by both Dr. Hughes, that both parties and psychiatrists that they went to, text messages, depositions, pay trial, and I'm sure pictures of physical injuries. So I've
What, if anything, have you seen in terms of emails, audios, videos?
destroying, slamming cupboards and breaking glass and yelling at Ms. Heard while having a wine glass in his, with wine in his hands. Videos of destruction of property in the house.
Okay. And what, if any, review have you conducted of the deposition and testimony of hired witness Dr. Curry?
Objection.
Sure.
you remember my question? Did
Yes, I reviewed yes, I'm sorry.
And-
Yes, so I reviewed testimony of Dr. Curry, I reviewed Dr. Curry's reports, I reviewed Dr. Curry's testimony.
Okay, and what if, did you review the deposition and trial testimony of Dr. Hughes?
Objection, Your Honor, beyond the scope of the disclosure.
I'll allow that.
Thank you, Your Honor. To
I
interview.
requested to interview Mr. Depp twice, and both times Mr. Depp and his lawyers refused.
The opinions you have formed and the bases for them. And I'm going to ask you to provide me with, in a reasonable degree of medical probability or certainty, can you do? What were you requested to analyze and opine in this case?
So it's fourfold associated with intimate partner violence and behaviors that are shown, risk factors that are shown and integrated. 2, I've been asked to opine about the acute effects on alcohol and substance use and cognition, functional impairment. 3, talking about the psychological and medical sequelae of patients who have suffered intimate partner violence. And lastly, about alcohol and other substance use and their functional effects. And I think I would like to just go with the jury one other thing. When we talk about, when psychiatry talks about substance, we're talking about someone who rarely uses and happens to have a bad night. We're not talking about someone who uses on a weekly basis and has a bad night. We're talking about repetitive patterns of behavior that meet a list of 11 criteria. Twice, there is a whole criteria of behavior and sequelae and consequences that go with a substance use disorder. I'm not just talking about occasionally smoke a joint or smokes a joint or snorts occasionally coke, okay, or has alcohol on weekends. So I really need to, we tend to look, people look online and say, my gosh, I have all 7 of these, right? And they're reading it not quite the way the psychiatric literature is supposed to go. So please, when I'm talking about this, one, that's what's going on. As I told you about intimate partner violence, it's horrible that anyone would strike anyone. Right? So that's real important to understand when you're moving forward. And I may say occasionally substance abuse, but what I'm referring to is substance
Objection
use
beyond the scope of the question.
Next question.
Okay. Dr. Spiegel, could you please just summarize for the jury the conclusions you came to with your opinions, and then we'll take
opinion based on a review of the evidence, based on my clinical experience, based on my publishing experience, based on my teaching experience, has behaviors that are consistent with both someone who has a substance use disorder as well as consistent behaviors for someone who is a perpetrator of intimate partner violence.
I'm going to start with the impact of drug and alcohol abuse over time. First of all, based upon your review of the record evidence, what type of...
And I'm talking about use, we're talking about a substance use disorder here. We're not just talking about use. Okay, so we are talking about alcohol, we are talking about marijuana, we are talking about cocaine, we are talking about LSD, we are talking about ecstasy, we are talking about opiates, we are benzodiazepines, and we'll get into a separate thing about the abusability of Seroquel and or gabapentin and Neurontin. And we are talking about much of the meeting simultaneously.
In your practice, do some patients suggest to you that drugs and alcohol actually help them?
So I think it's patients who lack insight or are in the very early stages of recognizing they have a quote-unquote problem will sometimes that they have this medication actually calms me down, this medication makes me feel better. And in actuality, they may not acutely feel, but chronic and continual use will take its toll on the brain. So the answer is yes, but again, people who have substance use disorders have lack of insight on the very poor moderates of their own behavior.
Has Mr. Depp suggested, based on your review of the record evidence, that alcohol and drugs help him?
Yes, in review of the evidence, he has suggested that alcohol, Xanax, I'm in the list of medications, do help. Although I will also tell you on review of the evidence, at least 2 times I can remember that Mr. Depp was referring to, at least short-lived period, functioned better, and that he recognized that alcohol and drugs was at the root of his problems.
Now, there's been testimony that Mr. Depp is quite charming on the drugs and the alcohol. What is your answer to that?
So, again, let me put one thing clear here. I am not here to skills or his persona. He has way greater skills than I do in that. What I'm here to say is talk about how drugs and alcohol affect what we all have in common. We can all only get so much, take so much when something is going to happen. And that's what I see every day in the emergency room, on the consult service, and bad things happen. Not because of anything special, except we're all human beings, and our brains, substance abuse, are not titrated, they're not regulated by the FDA, and we don't know how much we're getting. There is no control over what makes it to our brain. So it is not the actor, it is not the persona, okay? It's just like the rest of us who are human beings who will have these effects, and that's what we all share in common. Everyone in this courtroom shares that in common.
When Mr. Depp was he a polysubstance abuser?
Was he in what substance abuse?
Polysubstance
Yes.
abuser? Can you explain
Leading your
what that is?
Overruled.
Go ahead.
Okay, so polysubstance abuse is the use of 3 or more substances. And I answer, like I said, concurrently, he was. Even while I was on the island, he was. So, yes, he did engage in that.
Did Mr. Depp's drug and alcohol abuse affect him cognitively?
Yes. If nothing else to look at, Dr. Blaustein, psychiatrist at Valley, Mr. Depp, did a mini examination. You're asked to remember 3 words and then come back 5 minutes later and repeat those 3 words. And in the meanwhile, you're getting other types of testing for attention and concentration with spatial and lying 50-ish year old male. I don't remember how old he was when he took that. Generally speaking, that age group should be remembered for all 3 of those words. One, I do know that his lines were also fed to him by earpiece and affecting memory. I did see in video deposition about having to have questions. I don't want to say repeat as much as completely forgotten. So yes, and you know, any one of us who use alcohol and cocaine to that level of degree, and I'm talking about a severe level of substance use, are going to have effects. It is inescapable.
What, if anything, did you observe from the record evidence about Mr. Depp having difficulty focusing, his attention span, processing, whether he's an actor?
So,
Objection compound.
Compound is only if it's
Overruled.
Thank you.
so again, in terms of the acting part, we do know that he needed for movies. Part of that could have been also due to, and I don't know which movie, and please forgive me about that, that he actually confessed he did a movie entirely wasted. So do that. Additionally, like I said, when I looked at deposition, you can tell that the processing speed was down. His thinking rate was down. Thinking rate is down, and I'm not talking about, again, I'm getting older. I'm probably not as sharp as I was at 25, okay? But I'm talking about so slow that when we're trying to move on to other, still trying to answer the original data that's presented, it is inescapable that that's going to happen. So, fortunately for Mr. Depp, I do see that during this trial, specifically referencing the time with Ms. Heard's and Mr. Depp's relationship. So we're talking about that.
Have about Mr. Depp having alcoholic blackouts or foggy mind.
Again, there were, and not being able to remember what he did, which is, again, if you look at the record evidence, you will see that, and this is linking intimate partner violence, and just basically, if you have blackouts and you're using alcohol or using cocaine, I'm the first person that's ever told you that alcohol can cause blackouts, and basically alcohol decreases a brain blocks that to an extensive degree. The individual blackouts happen every time. Of course not. But are they a complication of a use disorder?
Alcohol and cocaine. Is it possible to have blackouts with alcohol and different types of substances?
Yes. We had a patient who was using both, especially cocaine, and she had these kind of, so.
Objection, relevance.
Stroke as someone who has speech difficulties and movement difficulties. There's a lot of different types of stroke that can just affect, or severe language deficits. They can solely affect you in terms of your cognitive symptoms, and actually known as a vascular neurocognitive disorder. So you need to understand that you can have these insults, these lesions, these strokes, without in the middle we know he has cognitive issues that we talked about, or at least had some of them.
Thank you, Dr. Spiegel. What, if any, correlation is there between domestic abuse and disorders?
So the risk factors, if you would, for intimate of all of them, but the ones in particular, characters in particular, are one, average acceptance of violence ideations. One of the roles of cognition, one of the roles of our brain is to prevent inappropriate behavior of people. We all think things about people. The difference is not act them out. So that's because your frontal lobe and other parts of the brain are involved in making sure these. So when you have the effects of alcohol and having rapid mood swings, two, you are affecting parts of the brain that are involved in what we call you, that is, I would say right or wrong, or what I should act on and what I shouldn't act on. So we act on them. Mr. Depp's a record evidence. I've seen it clinically. Sober, we can contain that. We can, knowing, by the way, that about 40 up to 60% of intimate partner violence is done under, okay? Knowing that treating it gets it better, that things are going better, will show you that given those confluence of factors, given them all lining up, the risk factors, any of us used to a certain amount, if we're novice at it, it'll be a lot less. If we're more experienced and have more tolerance dependent, and will make us act out, and acting out could be done in a lot of different ways. That's how they basically interact in a nutshell.
Ms. Burke, we'll be back with you
Oh, I'm sorry.
in 15 minutes. We're just,
Sorry, I
we're
talked
just
too
taking a
much.
break. No. All right, let's just take a All right, ready for the jury?
Yes,
Your Honor, can we approach before the jury?
Okay, sure.
correlation between domestic abuse, heavy alcohol abuse, and cognitive disorders. Does the
Through that interaction.
Thank you. Now, you viewed Mr. Depp's video depositions, is that correct? December 14, 2021, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Did you reach any conclusions about his...
During the video deposition, what was readily apparent was a gentleman who had a significant delay in processing speed. Many other cognitive functions are going to follow. That's going to happen. In terms of kind of disconnected, disjointed statements, it wasn't that they were not assured by Ms. Bredehoff to kind of get to the point of the question, which happened throughout most of the deposition. And so you could see obviously some form of cognitive issue that should not be happening in someone in their mid-50s.
What, if any, observations did you make about impulse control?
So during the deposition, or
Yes.
under the guise of not being acutely intoxicated, if it was aberrant or negative, he was able to control that. I think that if you saw the video, I think you all did, about the in the kitchen where there was smashing of glasses, slamming of yet miss her, that you don't exist, and throughout the deposition of Dr. Kipper, Mr. Depp is firing and yelling and screaming, and I do believe that a lot of it had to do with the obviously something you are resisting, not ready for, not wanting, puts you on the state of hey, and certainly one way to make that
Sin, but what, if anything, did you observe relating to erratic behavior?
Dr. Kipper's deposition, I believe it was, there was a very large language. You can be dissatisfied with your provider. I have no problem with that. You could be dissatisfied. Involved in this in terms of erratic behavior, was used some of the language, or should I reserve that, Your Honor?
Go ahead.
I can?
Believe me, the jury's been here.
Dr. Kipper is an effing
He can talk about what he developed from the hearsay, but not.
Without giving the exact words that you recall.
Oh, without giving the
Go ahead,
exact words?
Yeah.
Okay. So I'm Dr. Cowan throughout multiple texts, multiple things that Dr. It was, like I say, it was without relaying it, the exact thing. Cowan was filling Amber with positive thoughts, a therapeutic,
Objection.
More along the line of giving Amber psychiatric jargon to put on him, and was getting blasted for, was he was, kind of teaching Amber how to misheard, how to use conflict resolution rationally, rather than express things as irrational as they have been expressed for that. So again, erratic behavior in terms of writing a text for that. So again, erratic behavior in terms of writing a text. I have no problem with people being angry. Okay, none whatsoever. It's just the expressing of it and the continual ranting of it was very uncomfortable for me to read. But regardless, I think we have seen in terms of erratic behavior, much of the psychological we talked about.
Objection beyond the scope of the question.
I don't agree. Jury, are those typical and age-related?
No, so are they're very erratic, hit and miss, meaning they'll occasionally bear a deep question or pull things out of memory. You're just a little bit slow and a lot more inconsistently slow on the deposition attributed to age. Antipsychotic, which is indicated for many things, including schizophrenia, bipolar disorder, adjunctive treatment for major depression. So it's indicated for a lot of things.
And what effects may it have?
Used as a sleeping agent because it doesn't have a lot of the side effects, or very low risk of that. So people have used it off-label. Physicians have used it off-label to help them sleep. The problem is the barbiturate-like, and it really knocks people out. The problem is it also has street value. So it's absolutely used on the street. So it does have that street value portion of it.
And Dr.
So I think what you're looking at is
Objection, speculation.
Overruled.
disorders are people who unfortunately kind of wake up and fall asleep only are no longer in control of that behavior. So you will take stimulants to knock you out. So basically what these are being used for is I'm going to get up and I'm going to get knocked out. And that's very characteristic of legal prescribed substances. That's not illegal at all. That's very legal use disorder.
Dr. Spiegel, what is neurontin?
So neurontin gabapentin, it's indicated for seizures, and it might be indicated for, it has significant street value, and people who misuse opiates, unfortunately, it also can cause respiratory suppression and a calming effect that people use it for. Objection. Okay, again, what it would do is have this, despite everything else it does, are calming, and you use it with it, it offers further compression.
Mr. Depp was also taking Adderall, correct?
Yes.
Can you please describe to the jury what that impact would have, and particularly in connection with the dosage?
Psychostimulant, which is prescribed relatively regularly, prescribing or receiving Adderall when you're already misusing cocaine. Okay, you're now doubling your stimulant dosage here. And basically, in the substance use disorder population, you have that because you have this effect is to kind of all medications that are potentially, not potentially, which are abused with someone using cocaine, because that's an extreme risk for death. You can't be given together.
And what, if any, effect would these drugs have if they were made?
So when you combine the two together, like I talked about before, there are partner violence, so jealousy, when you combine them all together, you get it too much, and then you start getting irritable, you start getting disinhibited, psychotic, and we also know that alcohol reports up to 7 to 27-fold. So you are, and that's all of us.
And the substances that Mr. Depp was taking, and the record of this criteria or these risk factors.
So don't have any evidence about operating under the influence for the amount he was using, because if anyone is naive to these medications, most of us would be dead. Unsuccessful efforts, more than intended, giving up social, occupational obligations because I know there was party or Manson, and
Objection beyond the scope of the question.
So, psychological, using despite the fact it causes known psychological. In this case, you're talking about someone who has a severe substance use disorder. There are two plagues. This is very serious stuff we're playing with. And when you
I'll overrule as to relevance.
It's beyond the scope.
Go ahead.
Beyond the scope of the question?
Yes.
All right, I'll sustain that objection.
All right. Relationships between substance abuse and IPV, please.
Yeah, so again, that may be able to control the risk factors for IPV. Any of us might be able to, okay? When we're thinking and we're not, once you add that to this mix, it's wrong.
Did you arrive at any conclusions concerning substance abuse and potential self-harm?
I think the physician before me explained that pretty well, but I'll tell you that Mr. Depp has a history of self-injury, has a history of burning himself. Exactly. That Amber and him got into a disagreement. He cut the tip of his finger off. So if you're asking me, can someone who has, or have I seen, and can someone who finger off with or without? So that is not a very far jump. I've certainly seen patients risk factors of, burning self and cutting self. I'm not going to get into the descriptions, but
Intimate partner violence, and I know you've talked certainly about it. But can you tell the jury included in that?
So the APA task force balance as recurrent abusive behavior for the purpose of achieving control or maintaining power. Achieve control, it can be destroying properties, intimidation, body language, all exactly emotional versus verbal, but they're all on
Issues.
survivors of intimate partner violence. And by the way, I should start out by saying we've been scathed by what they've received. So starting with that, chronic depression, post-traumatic stress disorder, unpredictability. That's perpetrators are not receiving counseling treatment. One, the big problem about intimate partner violence is just the hitting. Again, important. Go into counseling. Victims are seeking actually couples counseling. Victims are seeking couples advice to try to repair. But in terms of actual perpetrators, no.
No foundation.
Do you want to approach?
So have you reviewed that correlates with the risk factors for IPV that Mr. related to?
So risk factor review that correlate. So starting with the demonstrated pushing.
Rather than giving the summary of what that was, what did you review?
So what-
Depositions, photos?
Yes. So what I reviewed was in terms of, which very, very interestingly, actually, early.
Action beyond the scope of the question.
If he's answering, go ahead and answer what you reviewed.
Depositions, video, pictures, notes, and evaluations.
Indicated that intimate partner violence includes physical violence, sexual abuse, and psychological aggression. Can you please describe for the jury what psychological is and what it entails?
So, it says or mentally harming someone with the main purpose of, again, to maintain, include insults, intimidation, jealousy rants, property destruction, glances, things like that. All that is involved in psychological maltreatment and intimate partner violence.
What, if anything, would be psychological aggression if it was trying to control somebody's career? Would that be a factor?
Yeah,
Section leading.
Overruled.
So be under financial, trying to mistreat someone, especially, someone wants to succeed and try and have a career by maltreatment. That's another example.
So I'm going to ask specifically about the risk factors for intimate partner violence. Is abuse a risk factor for intimate partner violence? Did you review that correlates to Mr. Depp engaging in substance abuse?
And the substances that Mr. Depp was using and
Is lack of behavioral control and impulsiveness risk factors for intimate partner violence?
Yes, they are.
Okay. And what, if any, are you aware of that Mr. Depp had exhibited lack of behavioral control and impulsiveness?
Record evidence.
That correlates with, and I'm on the risk factor.
Destroying furniture, property, mirrors, writing it.
What, if any, risk factor is narcissism for intimate partner violence?
Order. The overall, it's categorized under what's called cluster B
Can
personality.
you explain to the jury what's involved with narcissism as it relates to the risk factors of intimate partner?
Control. Okay. Rapid mood shifts. Okay. As a result, they have an undue sense of admiration, power, and worship control. They have lack of empathy, and people are generally a large sense of entitlement. Anything else? Need for praise. That would go under narcissistic personality and IPV.
What, if any, what, if any, traits would be requiring admiration? Would that?
Oh yes, requiring admiration need to be admired as part and parcel of narcissistic personality disorder. Yes.
Would being envious fit within that?
Yes.
Fragile self-esteem? Okay.
Do you think that the fact that he thought that Amber owed him, Ms. Heard owed him,
Objection, Your Honor.
Overruled. Thank you.
the fact that Ms. Heard owed him and only wanted to be together with him because of his fame, jealousy aspects are admired is one thing, but then behind your back saying something else about people is another thing. And I can probably say with a reasonable certainty, to some degree, this whole trial is that. Because
Objection, Your Honor.
What's the objection?
That's not record evidence. Speculation.
Please.
That this whole trial, in terms of narcissistic insult, is what's going on. I believe that Mr. Depp was very much, and then this was pulled the rug without.
Objection, Your Honor. Can
I
we
think
be?
he's able to explain what
I'll
he's.
sustain that objection.
Can you explain what you mean by this whole trial?
This court case we're going through, right?
There's an objection, sir.
That correlates with Mr. Depp being narcissistic, having those traits.
Was the thing about the trial rule, I can't
Yeah,
speak.
we're not really, okay.
The only other thing about narcissism, I think, in terms of the trial would be in order to maintain any sense of control, the person really has to have lack of empathy. Because in order to engage in behaviors that, quote unquote, are used to keep individuals in control, really think about the other person. You're not really caring what happens to that other person. So I think that's another facet.
So, or justifying intimate partner violence a risk factor for intimate partner violence?
Yes.
Do some perpetrators in intimate partner violence the IPV?
Yes. So it is unfortunately not uncommon, especially during the calm phases of the where there is no increased tension, there is no acting out. Okay, you are talking about more of the honeymoon, apology, telling them how you're going to change, maybe giving them gifts, the blame over to the victim, saying that, hey, this either denial, this never actually happened, and trying to make you instigated it, or an altruistic effect where I'm doing it for you, transformative effect that society kind of accepts this. So it is very sudden for that to start shifting during that time, because it is during the calm phase and everything is relatively calm. This, of course, is when the victim wants to engage in on that. The ability to kind of, quote unquote, for lack of a better phrase, win people over, family, friends, the very ability to do that is part and parcel of that calm, charming phase where it looks like the victim is, just.
And is victim blaming a characteristic?
Yes, like I said, to blame the victim, that one of the defenses are the allopathic with victim blaming. That's what essentially you're doing. I'm blaming you for what you made me do.
Okay. And is there record evidence that you reviewed that Mr. Depp engaging in this type of behavior?
So I think for a lot of the issues seen, the big precipit is going to be the need for sobriety. Coming back to that severe substance
Objection, Your
use.
Honor, non-responsive.
I think he's trying to explain it. Thank you. Please continue.
There's severe substance use disorder, attained sobriety, and that what was happened. So as a result, she was blamed for, bothering him the way he didn't want to be bothered, and that triggered what was going on.
Are you familiar with the term gaslighting?
I'm familiar.
Okay. What, if any, gaslighting is consistent with intimate partner violence and the risk factors?
So again, when you start being able to be, when it starts to be able to be manipulative and charming, you start to be able to win people over, and especially when you see someone who's a victim, emotionally labile, okay? You see that person, and then you see this calm demeanor in front of you who's very charming, very engaged, and then all of a sudden it starts looking like the victim is just was essentially losing it, and i.e. they're being gaslighted.
There are examples where an intimate partner violent perpetrator claims that the victim is the person who's actually committing the abuse.
Oh, yes.
How common is that?
That's very common during that time, where the victim, where they're shifting the blame, or anything along.
And what, if any, evidence did you review there that correlates with Mr. Depp attempting to claim that Amber was the one?
Well, I think that was what was said, that it was the abuser.
Objection, Your Honor.
I don't understand the objection.
What record evidence?
Overruled.
Thank you. Please continue.
Meaning that Amber was the abuser in this particular scenario. And what perfect. And two, it is not uncommon in the context of being a victim to a substance and anticipating what's going to happen, that you anticipate the next mood and start initiating self-defense. But by and large, that's not what's going on here. By and large, Mr. Depp, behavior
Objection, Your Honor.
was consistent.
There's an objection, sir.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I'll sustain.
All right, we can move on to the next one. Is prior victimhood of abuse a risk factor for intimate partner violence?
Yes.
And what?
So there's something known as intergenerational theory of violence, which is basically along the line of observation in childhood. You imitate it when you see that there's no significant negative consequences, but you do get the positive consequence of maintaining control of a conflict in your way, if you would. So that theory is, interestingly, it applies to not only the victims who grow up in a house of abuse that are not abused, but so warning signs would be increasing the tension, escalations of tension. So partners getting angry, okay, starting to break down the communication, threats, victim concedes due to this tension, and that leads you to the actual end they occur.
What, if anything, have you seen in intimate partner violence about apologies and promises?
So again, the apology is part and parcel of the honeymoon phase, and promises are part and parcel of the honeymoon phase. And, you know, the victim wants to believe it's going to believe their spouse is going to be faithful to this. And as part of the abuse cycle, it ends up, as I should say, in the calming cycle, the victim tries to get some help to try to resolve this until the tension buildup phase where something bothers them. So again, it could be bothering someone about substance abuse. It can be bothering someone about finance. It could be bothering something about your career. Anything is liable to build up tension. Have this framework of limited self-control and erratic, intense mood shifts.
So what, if any, record evidence did you review Mr. Depp engaging in these warning signs, including the apologies and the promises?
I think that was almost routine, that after it was all, that he would apologize for letting this monster out, letting this anger out, almost routinely. Very well record evidence of that starting as early on in the marriage in therapy from his herd. So that's very common and very much occurred. Recognizing what happened. And the other part of this is, again, when you can recognize that when you're sober, when you could recognize that things are better, things are happening better, life is better, then even that should show you that, hey, issues here that when I don't use can be resolved.
Thank you, Dr. Spiegel. I'm going to now move to the Goldwater Rule. Can you explain the Goldwater Rule, please?
So the Goldwater Rule is when Senator Goldwater was running for presidency, and Senator Goldwater was running for presidency, and I'm going to be honest with you, I think it was in the late 60s when he was, or I was too young to even follow politics then, so please don't quote me on exactly when it was. But basically what's happening is clinicians were making these quote-unquote armchair diagnoses from their homes or offices because they saw this person on TV, the way they acted, and were about what they think their diagnoses are. And therefore, it was felt that that should not be done by professionals in these public settings.
Does it have?
No, it does
Objection.
Why not?
No foundation.
He was explaining what the Goldwater
You
Rule
want to
was.
approach?
Dr. Spiegel, do you remember, does
I
the
think the ca-
Goldwater Rule have any applicability here to your testimony and your?
The basics of expert witness testimony would almost be thrown away if you are not allowed to base things on what you evaluated and what you've read about an individual. So if I'm not allowed to comment on records or charts or information for this case, the pure version of it was the armchair diagnosis of watching someone on TV. Even more recent, we've had examples of that. So you don't make diagnoses like that. A lot of professionals and their evaluations and their treatment course, video deposition, picture deposition, a whole lot of things that directly describe Mr. Depp and his behavior. So I'm not commenting of what's in Mr. Depp's history. If I was just doing that, it would be like watching a movie. That's not relevant here.
And in fact, I think you testified earlier, you invited Mr.
Oh, yes.
Give an
And again,
example.
Objection leading.
Overruled.
Thank you.
So twice that I can do an evaluation of Mr. Depp directly, and both times Mr. Depp and or his lawyers decided that that wasn't going to happen.
Okay. And in fact, the court did
No,
not.
and the court did not require Mr. Depp to undergo this evaluation.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
All right, cross-examination. Thank you, Mr. Dennison.
Wayne Dennison, we haven't met. But let me ask you, let's start with what you finished with.
I'm sorry, one more time?
Let's start with what you asked by Ms. Heard's counsel to order a medical exam of Mr. Depp, and those motions were denied.
I think your team told the court you didn't want to have them, and the court ruled on them, right? I don't think the court proactively did it. You kind of had a motion to them, right?
No, when lawyers moved for them and asked for them and did not get them. Isn't that right, sir?
Go on. They petitioned for it. The court said no. Yes, that's what my understanding of it was.
The court said no to ordering Mr. Depp to do the medical exam.
Right, that's right.
And there was one that was ordered, in fact, right?
There was.
So the last thing you talked about was the Goldwater Rule.
Yes, sir.
been around for almost 50 years, right?
Yeah, about right.
Yeah. And it's been around as a result of a presidential election that you referenced.
Yes.
And who has that rule? What maintains that rule?
The American Psychiatric Association.
An association you're a member of.
Association that I'm a member of, yes.
Yeah. Aren't you a fellow or something?
Yes, I am.
This is an ethical rule, right?
It is an ethical rule. And yes, it's ethical. They say rules. It's an ethical guideline. Yes, they're guidelines.
Mm-hmm. And over time, the American Psychiatric Association has amended the rule so it's.
Could you be more specific, say, about professional opinion in regard to what?
Well, let me read this and see if you're familiar with it. It's unethical for a psychiatrist to offer a professional opinion about an individual based on publicly available information.
Directly, I will believe you.
Okay. However, a diagnosis is not required for an opinion to be professional. It's not just diagnosis that this Goldwater Rule applies to, it's professional opinions.
So again, I'll reiterate that would come down to witness testimony, expert witness testimony, without a direct evaluation. And as we know, it didn't happen. But regardless of that, the whole expert would be basically rendered null and void.
The rule, in fact,
reading me those statements, I'm telling you the response by the other side, who publishes also, is that if that was the case,
psychiatrists are ethically prohibited from evaluating individuals without permission or other authorization. That's the rule, right?
Again, if you're that, then I have to believe you're not misrepresenting it. And I would come back, might as well get rid of all the expert witnesses we've had throughout all of time for court proceedings. Because what you're saying is unless a court orders it, an evaluation based on an observation of the medical records. Insurance companies cannot do evaluations solely based on medical records. Insurance companies cannot do evaluations solely based on medical records where their doctors rendering professional opinions. So at the end of the day, unless someone has directly evaluated it, this whole medical system we have, this whole legal system we have, is null and void.
I'm not. I'll give you more than a second. What I'm saying and what I am reading to you is a rule that takes into account that there could be court orders that would permit the exact kind of evaluation that you say I'm.
In circles, because I think I just said that means expert witness testimony would not be allowed, and the branch of forensic psychiatry does not prohibit that. So I am a member of the APA. That doesn't necessarily mean every single
that the professional opinions you rendered were inconsistent with the Goldwater Rule.
Yeah, my first is inconsistent. If we're saying, if the Goldwater Rule says, and I very much said that during deposition, that the Goldwater Rule was made for presidents and public figures such as that, but regarding Hollywood. But I'll even take that Mr. Depp's a public figure. What I'm saying to you is that the Goldwater Rule is saying we cannot do any expert witness testimony in our field. The Goldwater Rule is saying, based on exactly what you read, and I'm just telling you what you are saying that rule encompasses.
What I'm asking you is, did you comply with the ethical requirements of the APA when
it is a requirement of the APA. It is not the requirement of the APA. Secondarily,
so the answer is no.
Secondarily, in order to not, we wasted our whole morning because there was an expert witness before me. There's an expert witness everyone brought in. So all I'm saying to you, that means the whole field of medical legal and unethical for engaging in an act that the APA clearly says we should not do. So if you're saying that, then the answer is yes, I'm agreeing with that statement.
That the APA would deem your testimony and your professional opinions rendered unethical.
Again, I'm an expert witness. I'm saying as an expert witness, field of expert witness testimony, again, would be disavowed by what you are quoting in the Goldwater Rule, and we know that's not the case.
You said the rule was for presidents, right? That's right, sir. It's not just presidents, it's not public figures, it's individuals.
Funny, it was named after the, according to your logic, if you don't put something in the title, it's not true. Intimate partner violence. So what I would say to you then, sir, is that if you say this about an witness testimony invalid, any doctor that reviews charts would have to render it invalid. I can go on the list of docs that do not see or interview patients directly, and that's a violation. So basically, unless you do a direct clinical evaluation, then all of the field of forensic psychiatry and all of managed care is doing an unethical violation, seeing the presence. We deny patients medications all the time without seeing them. We deny patients treatments, unfortunately, without seeing them. And I'm on the receiving end of that. All of this is unethical, which is what you are saying. This is how I'm interpreting what you are saying to me. That unless you do the evaluation, ethical, and I'm telling you how that applicable to not just expert law, but also managed care. Tell me where you want me to end this.
Well,
Sir.
why don't we talk about what you just testified to? Because this rubric, under this principle of medical ethics, have you acted unethically? Yes or no?
No. As an expert witness, I have not acted unethically. And if you want that expert witnesses are unethical, then I guess that's for them to decide.
Yes
that's
or no,
for them
sir.
to
You
decide.
said no. Let's go to the next. Occurs in the context of an evaluation based on thorough history-taking, examination, and where applicable, collated or collateral information.
I believe I said that earlier, yes.
Yeah. And it's a departure from the methods of the profession to render an opinion without an examination and without in accordance with the standards of psychiatric practice, correct?
Well, again, by the way, for the record, intimate partner violence is not a psychiatric diagnosis. I'll start with that. Substance usage by themselves is not a psychiatric diagnosis. If you want to cut to the chase, psychiatry is not a diagnosis of that. Narcissistic personality traits is not a diagnosis. I am basically commenting on the things that were brought to me, which are not diagnosis. But an evaluation, if I was going to treat a patient or anyone here, those are the...
We, I think, started with the notion that this rule applies broader than diagnoses. It applies to professional opinions.
I believe you just
rendered
quoted...
relative to narcissistic personality traits, haven't you, sir? Relative to Mr. Depp.
Again, I believe you just commented on what it takes to do in a psychiatric evaluation to establish a diagnosis. Certain that's what you said. And maybe I'm wrong. Maybe you didn't say that. But I'm sure you did. And therefore, what I'm saying is neither IPV, nor substance usage, nor narcissistic personality traits a psychiatric diagnosis. The rubric of expert witness testimony, and disagree with you and waste everyone's time. I think it's fairly obvious. So thank you. I'll go ahead. These were your words. I'm just saying them back how they're interpreted.
Okay. Let's start with the easy question then. Maybe we can...
That was pretty easy. Go ahead.
All right, Doctor, you're going to have to just answer the questions.
Okay. Sorry about that. I haven't getting into it.
You need to just answer.
You are not rendering any diagnosis whatsoever of Mr. Depp today or ever.
No, I probably would say to you that certainly I would not say narcissistic personality, or I would say traits. What I have read, intimate partner violence is not a diagnosis. So the answer is no for that. Narcissistic personality traits is not a diagnosis. The answer is no. But if you want to tell me that disorder is a psychiatric diagnosis, the answer is yes.
But that wasn't an issue, was it? Whether Mr. Depp used substance. I mean, you said you've gone through the record. That wasn't really an issue at this trial. He's said it from day one.
Oh, so you're saying he's already admitted to the diagnosis?
He's already admitted to the use of the substances.
Again, there's a difference between admitting to substance use and substance use disorder.
Let's go back to what you just said about narcissistic personality traits.
Yes.
Narcissistic personality disorder is a DSM-5 diagnosis, correct?
Correct.
Diagnostic personality Depp has narcissistic personality disorder, have you?
Characteristics of provisional diagnosis of, it's a provisional diagnosis of probably narcissistic personality disorder, but yeah, I mean, I do believe that.
Well, but when you say provisional diagnosis, you know the DSM-5 requires to find that diagnosis 5 of the 9 factors. Mm-hmm. And you haven't done that analysis.
That are criteria for the diagnosis.
Right. But you need 5 of 9 to get to the diagnosis traits, correct?
I'm identifying traits that are consistent with the diagnosis, yes.
Right. And
traits do not have a correlation with the, that's what I said, and I don't remember saying that.
This of narcissistic personality disorder, right?
Yes, sir.
And that one,
you're not allowing me to answer. And Mr. Depp, narcissism absolutely has risk factors associated with IPV.
Focus on the question I ask you, and we can get an answer that's addressed to that question for IPV. Yes or no?
Am I answering the question?
Yes.
Narcissistic personality disorder is part of, is a huge risk factor. Antisocial personality disorder, amongst others. So the answer to the question is, where narcissistic personality falls under is a risk factor for intimate partner violence. Again, I will repeat, cluster B traits. I didn't say
any narcissistic trait in and of itself is a risk factor for IPV.
Or mischaracterize what I said. What I said, I'm pretty sure I said cluster B traits, partner violence, part and parcel uniform.
So you want to talk about cluster B, so let's do that for a minute. Factor for IPV.
As part of, less so.
But it
less so. Less so.
I mean, under narcissistic, before I move on there, there's only been one diagnosis in court of personality disorders.
I'm not sure who you're referring to. Are you referring to Mr. Depp, Ms. Hurd? Who? I'm not sure what you were talking about.
Do you understand that the testimony was ultimately that Ms. Hurd suffers from 2 personality disorders?
Okay, so I'm just being specific. I just wanted to know if you're talking about Ms. Hurd or Mr. Depp. I was asking you.
Yes or no to my question.
Which was his own.
Are in cluster B, and both of them are risk factors for IPV.
But both those cluster B things are, I'm not allowed to comment on. Say is that cluster B traits, and I'll tell you what they are. And by the way, I testified this before, which was that 1, I don't expect perfection from my victims. 2, absolutely.
Given that you've testified to it before, well, why don't we move a little differently? Are you a member of the American Medical Association relative to doing clinical diagnosis? I'm just asking you, do you know the AMA's rule?
I'm questioning, I'm asking. So you are talking about
All right. You rendered an opinion about Mr. Depp's purported what do you use as a baseline?
Baseline for that.
Yeah.
Oh. I mean, I guess my baseline would probably, and his process speed is certainly not slow. I've seen him do commercials.
Performance in lots of pirate movies.
I remember he did Apologia with Bad Dog with no delay in process speed.
Pirates to the to the depositions to the tech.
Just a second ago, I may have said that I misspoke. I apologize. I misspoke.
Right?
Yes.
Okay.
But you can, but as an aside, you can judge someone's processing speed at any time. Like I'm judging your processing speed as a baseline because of what we know about each other. I would say your process.
So, but no, any of Mr. Depp's other portrayals in movies.
And he wasn't in movies.
What, right. But Willy Wonka doesn't matter to you? Processing speed?
To answer questions. Yes, sir.
No, you'll be happy to know I didn't see Willy Wonka as.
You made a very. That's correct, isn't it?
100%.
All right. But with respect to acting, you know that actors actually work on the language, diction, timing of their dialogue as part of that rehearsal?
On acting.
Okay. But you don't know enough about acting to know whether actors rehearse?
Sir, I am not an expert in acting.
During your deposition, what were the circumstances?
Oh, I think, okay. So I think it was in the context. I think it was in the, probably should read the context of it, because I think the context was, and I'm trying to think was related to, was if you're coming to some deposition, okay? And again, I'm thinking back, so you have it in front of you. In from Europe for a deposition. If you're going to if you're going to do a major thing to a trial that you're involved with, I think you'd be an idiot to come in the night before. An idiot. I didn't call him an idiot.
So the words, so I mean he's an idiot?
Again, you have it in front of you, I don't.
Yeah. How does it follow the...
Oh, you just said that. I don't.
People as idiots?
In my practice, describe people. In my practice? No, I don't describe people.
Describe the plaintiff as an idiot, correct?
You gave me 9 hours. I don't know his overall functioning. So therefore, if I said it, it was an idiot in planning, which is what I meant to come across as.
All right. Testimony today as to some evaluations you made relative about the questions that are asked you in a court proceeding.
Late he was showing up to every movie while the cast is waiting for him. I believe that would be an impairment. If I showed up late for that, I would not balking out of treatment for substance rehab that his doctor is prescribing for him.
I'm trying to understand how you got to this notion of cognitive decline. And I thought it was based at least in part on,
sorry, what?
On the manner in which he testified.
On the manner, I'm sorry, I'm not being difficult. I can't hear. I'm sorry. On what?
I was at testimony that you made.
Yes.
And it was my understanding that at least a portion of that testimony from the way Mr. Depp testified.
Yes.
Okay.
And that's what I said, yes.
Right. And here, when you're in the middle of a court proceeding, to answer questions carefully.
Gross evaluation all the time with cognitive, on the thought that, again, age normal controls, that's all I'm saying. That's
right.
all I said.
And you derived
to him. Because we know how I derived it. So you're talking about me directly talking to him?
Yeah, you never talked.
No, I've never talked to him.
Right. Well, you did talk about Dr. Blaustein, right?
Yes, sir.
And you understand that the entirety of Dr. Blaustein's medical records are notes.
The important part was what I said. Beautiful.
The important part is that he gave the mini mental status exam. Yeah. On a 30-point scale, right?
Yes.
All right. And it's an exam that basically is Alzheimer's, dementia, those kind of testing.
It's an exam that tests cognition in all psychiatric illness. Has been the standard for testing cognition in all
of that exam that requires drawing, correct?
Yes.
Drawing should have been fully scored.
I wasn't questioning his visual spatial perceptual skills, which is what that does.
Right. And you don't know what score on the exam.
I was very specific. I know.
Right?
From what I understand, you didn't remember any of them.
All right. 30.
Yeah. Memory's 3.
Okay.
But again, the memory section in and of itself tests memory. That's the only question.
It's the only section you testified about. And for all you know,
cognitive, if you score 27 and 30 and you miss 3 points on memory, that would be very fun.
You don't know if Mr. Depp had been up all night the night before.
Any words at 3 minutes, unless they're not refuting that. I'm not refuting that at all. He could have been high, he could have been drunk, he could have been using cocaine, and that would absolutely affect his memory.
Mr. Depp was in at the time he took the exam that you're relying on.
Short of what you just said, there shouldn't be a reason why a 58-year-old also with strokes and other neurocognitive conditions, but short of that, there shouldn't be a really good reason why someone at that age shouldn't come up with...
Wait a minute, you started that question with short of drugs and alcohol and spent 35 minutes talking about his use of drugs and alcohol. Isn't that right?
I thought I agreed with you. I think I agreed. I said that drugs and alcohol...
No, one way or the other...
Which is what we do in clinical medicine, sir.
Okay. You rely on test of the test, and you don't know the state
exam. We have no idea clinically if they test before they do a mini mental study, and that's not the state.
Using correlation.
Not the same thing.
Now, how are they different?
Correlation is consistent with causation, is a risk 100%.
Right.
100%.
Like lung cancer, for instance. Smoking is very highly correlated with lung cancer, right?
Yeah, and cancer and smoking.
Right. But not all. Made repeated testimony to all of us. All of us do this. All of us do the world as a sample, and not at any particular individual, correct?
What I'm looking at is how they can or cannot be resistant. What I'm saying is invariably, when you use substances, there is. But is that medical degree of certainty? Absolutely not.
All right. But risk factors tell us nothing about any
Likelihood of developing it. That's
Right.
what tells us.
But you did a whole litany of risk factors relative to IPV.
Yes.
Right. And none of those risk factors tell us anything specifically about an individual.
Other than they're at higher risk. Right.
Right. So some single risk factor for IPV and never commit IPV, right?
It would be, again, if you're going to say it uniformly, the answer is no.
Right. Someone can abuse substances without ever.
I did not say abusing substance. I said substance use disorder. Those are two different things.
True of people who have substance abuse disorder. There are certainly people.
Do not engage in any violence, do not become psychotic.
True of people who have substance abuse disorder. There are certainly people who.
Substance use disorders, the majority of them, everyone who smokes gets lung cancer.
So there are significant numbers of people with substance abuse disorder don't commit IPV and IPV risk factor.
Oh, yeah. These are other people that don't have other risks.
About any particular individual as to whether anybody's going to commit IPV.
If statistics follow through, all we can say is more than 50%, 70% will. If you combine, the more likely you're going to develop the illness. If you smoke cigarettes once, that might not correlate.
Individuals here, you either have lung cancer or you don't, right?
If you're smoking.
Right. You either so you took some issue with me because I was asking about substance abuse generally. I asked you earlier, somebody can have these narcissistic personality traits and never commit IPV, right?
So, along that line,
Right.
have a personality disorder. So the answer is less.
Close links with IPV.
I'm not saying there are more links. I would say to you, there are absolute. If you're asking me if there are links, the answer is absolutely. If you're saying to me more, I can show.
No.
Absolutely not.
What is it?
Ecstasy.
Yeah. And what's the normal dosage of ecstasy for people who use ecstasy?
Well, dose because honestly speaking, no one knows what they're getting when they're using it, right? It's not regular. At low doses, the answer is yes. I'm going to gather when you're using it at higher doses and develop tolerance, you develop the sympathomimetic effects, which are not so enhanced.
Increased extroversion, that's a symptom.
Again, at low doses, you are 100% right. At low amounts, you are 100% right. It is an adaptogen. We feel close, they feel close to people, warmth to people. I don't know if I call that well-being.
So continued use at higher doses, MDMA can be fatal, correct?
Correct.
MDMA.
What if you took again, you don't know what it's very hard to say that. You don't know what it's, what's the word I'm looking for? Okay, you can't just say, hey, let me just take 8 to 10 pure ecstasy and see what happens. No one knows what they're going to. No one has any idea. Increase, it's like a stimulant, like cocaine and something we talk about like that. No one knows what's going to happen. It's not regulated. And no one knows if you're using with other substances either, other stimulants.
Or if you mix it with alcohol.
Or if you mix it with alcohol. No one knows if it's going to be potentially worse.
Right. But this is a potentially lethal MDMA tablets and alcohol.
This is a potentially toxic combination.
Right.
Can it kill you? Yeah, I mean, it is a potentially toxic combination. That's true.
Ever heard of someone cutting off their own eye?
Have I ever heard of it?
Yeah.
No, I can only give you one example.
Hadn't seen that one before. Okay. So, Seroquel puts you to sleep, right?
If you want to phrase a barbiturate putting you to sleep, then the answer is yes.
Yeah, you heard Mr. Depp talking about the nod, right?
And again, I think I explained Seroquel very well this morning.
Good. I'm going to ask him a few more questions.
Oh, okay. Okay.
All right. To street value. Why were you doing that?
Because that's why people with substance use disorder use quetiapine and Seroquel.
Say it again, I'm sorry.
That's why people who use quetiapine it sells on the street because it's so barbiturate-like in effect.
Right, but you said that Mr. Depp had a prescription.
There are many patients who have prescriptions for Adderall and quetiapine from their doctor, and that doesn't mean they're not getting high out of it. That doesn't take much. Doctors like to believe what patients are not going to go in there being expert witness testimony. All I'm telling you is that in people who have substance use disorder, it is not uncommon, and the thought was initially that because quetiapine was not addicting, safe to give in people with substance use disorders, when in fact, we absolutely know it has street value. We absolutely know that for a fact.
Right, but my point about this is you made a bunch of testimony about street. You knew at the time you made the testimony that Mr. Depp, in fact, had a prescription.
He also had a prescription for oxycodone and roxicodone. Does that count? Because that's also, just because you have a prescription doesn't mean that.
I think Mr. Depp would agree with you it wasn't a good thing.
Just because you have a prescription doesn't mean you can't abuse it.
No, I'm not suggesting you're abusing it. I'm just testimony was in any way tied to street value when every single drug you referenced, Mr. Depp had leaked.
No, I shouldn't be asking that. We can have prescription substance use disorders, and that's not uncommon if you look at the opiate epidemic that we're living in right now. We can have that. That's not an uncommon thing. Unfortunate, but uncommon. Not uncommon.
So, Seroquel, I think you described as a sleeping agent when used off-label?
When I saw what?
Seroquel, when used off-label?
When used off-label, it's used. It can be used sleeping agent. Yes.
Right. So, Mr. Depp's use of Seroquel I saw in this trial where he's asleep in a chair.
Again, what I would say to you is that if you have a substance use disorder, you are using it to be knocked out. I'm not sure at the end of the day if she'd have vomitus over you either, because I've never seen Seroquel do that. So when he was passed out in the chair, he also had vomitus over him. I've never seen Seroquel do that ever.
Neurontin is another one of the drugs you testified about. That one's also prescribed, right?
Yes.
And what's the prescription for that?
What's it used for? And what's its indication? Again, I'm not a neurologist, so I can't tell you exactly if it does, but it's chronically used off-label for pain. It's used off-label for anxiety.
Right. That's another one that'll put you to sleep, right?
Well, yeah, I mean, sure, 100%.
Right. And you made reference to a picture. There's been testimony around that picture that Mr. Depp fell asleep with ice cream. You talked about the fact that Mr. Depp indicates that from time to time he used your piece.
I read that, yes.
Okay. Did you read the testimony of Mr. Wyatt being pumped into that earpiece?
Yeah, I mean, if I remember right, I mean, I think it was lines, right?
Was listening to music rather than being fed his lines. Does that change your opinion as to his cognitive function?
If he was never fed his lines, which I know he was, but read he was, and that may have been that example, Mr. Wyatt may have said that it was music. I guess the question is, were you having the music during the actual talking of your lines? Is that what you're saying to me?
Well, you know, if you can do two things at once, that's a pretty high cognitive function, isn't it, sir?
You know, it's a very good point, actually. Divided attention is something. So, for instance, we have trouble driving and putting on the, using our cell phones and direct. So, divided attention, humans actually are not very good at. I'll put that out there.
But Mr.
In general, not just Mr. Depp.
Pretty good at acting. You acknowledge that early on.
Absolutely. Well, better than me, so I know that.
Because you don't act. In fact, you don't know about acting.
You're right. I have
Know how prevalent the use of earpieces are in acting.
Again, I know nothing about acting.
Irrespective of the fact you know nothing about acting, you've tested Mr. Depp's use of an earpiece is somehow
I would think there's a cognitive deficit. So and maybe I'm wrong. Like I said, maybe I could be wrong. Maybe Hollywood stars get lines fed to them through earpieces all the time, and I don't know. That could be said. It sounds if you're doing a movie and you don't know the lines, but like you said, I'm just judging what I do with lectures, and that would never happen.
If you gave lectures, you wouldn't use an earpiece, but you're not going to tell anybody.
I'm sorry, what was the question?
I said if you gave lectures, you wouldn't use an earpiece, but you're not telling anybody how to act.
Right, I would not use.
Right.
But I don't know what the standard for standard as Hollywood is for that. I have no idea.
Your use, your piece, as maybe you were wrong. You're comfortable with the fact that you may have made a mistake there?
No, because I think in the basis of what I'm comfortable that I don't believe that actors are routinely given their entire script through earpieces. I find that hard to believe.
Yeah,
but
there's not one whit of evidence that
I guess what I said. I just said I find it hard to believe. I didn't say it. I said I find it hard to believe.
it was pumped through an earpiece. Where did you ever get the idea that occurred?
That's what I have been. That's what I read in the court review, the court evidence. That's where I got it from.
Right. And you know whether Marlon Brando used an earpiece?
Isn't he dead?
Yeah.
So the answer is no. He does not use one now.
No, I used the past tense. Sir.
Oh, again, I know nothing. I will concede to you. I know nothing about acting. I will concede to you 100%. If that is the standard and people are done that acting, then I apologize and that was wrong. If that's the standard, I'm wrong. I don't know.
Okay. Let's go with that. No further questions.
All right. How long is your return?
A bit. You may want to.
For lunch then, ladies and gentlemen. Again, do not do any outside research. Do not discuss your testimony with anybody, okay? All right. So let's come back at 1:55 then. All right. Is that fine? All right. Thank you. 1:55.
All right.
They're very sweet.
be seated.
Dr. Spiegel, you were asked, I understand your testimony, you asked twice for Mr. Depp to be interviewed by you, correct?
Yes.
Objection leading.
And
Overruled.
And Ms. Heard requested twice of the court for you to provide an opinion. All right. Is that your understanding?
That is my understanding of it. yes.
Okay. Quickly, and I'm going to go over them again with you a little bit slower. Quote,
Okay.
publicly available records. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Were private, were they not?
Yes.
And in fact, Dr. Blaustein's records were marked confidential, correct?
Yes.
Dr. Kipper's records were all marked confidential?
Yes.
Objection leading.
And
I'll sustain.
Reviewed were confidential, and I also signed the confidentiality agreements.
I mean, so would it be fair to say that you have not, have you rendered any opinions in this case as an expert witness?
I have not rendered any opinion based on any publicly available records.
Thank you. Now, findings that Mr. Depp exhibited narcissistic traits or had that disorder. Do you recall that testimony?
Yes.
Of the whether if you have 5 of 9 narcissistic traits. Do you remember that testimony?
Yes.
Correct?
Yes.
What, if any, record evidence was there that Mr. Depp requires
And they're no longer in his employment or his working circle.
Okay. The second one that you discussed was sense of entitlement. Do you recall that testimony?
Yes.
All right. Is there that Mr. Depp exhibits behavior of needing a sense of entitlement?
That was the case, was, in my opinion, very entitled.
All right. And the third one you discussed was exploitative. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Okay. And what is Mr. Depp exhibits behaviors that are exploitative?
Again, I think the whole concept of abuse is
Evidence that Mr. Depp exhibits.
Can I be heard?
Okay.
Of Mr. Depp's lacking empathy that you know of.
yes. Am I allowed to elaborate?
Yes, just
Okay. So, if with what Mr. Depp has to say, you are no longer useful, often on dismissing Dr. Kipper, start for that. I think that Ms. Heard wanting to have a, and I think others commented this week, last week, Ms. Burstyn commented about this week, last week, Ms. Burstyn commented about things about jealousy. So I think it's pretty apparent.
all that.
Yeah.
And what is the record evidence of Mr. Depp exhibiting that?
So, and basically what that means will be that the fragile personality. So
Suggests that he has narcissism. About the cluster B, and counsel for Mr. Depp came back and said histrionic personality disorder. Now, you reviewed, I think you testified at the beginning, you reviewed the fair cross. He asked the question. That's fair. Redirect.
It's beyond this.
otherwise, and on a review of
The therapy records for Ms. Heard for Colonel Cowan, correct?
yes,
What, if any, evidence was there at any time that
not only did he not, he referred to Mr. Depp as a narcissist. Not only did he not, he referred to Mr.
find in any of that extensive testing and note-taking that she had been
Overruled.
None.
okay? And you also testing that Amber Heard had.
Criteria to meet the criteria for borderline personality disorder.
Now, you mentioned in response to being mistaken with borderline personality disorder.
Battered wife syndrome, which is more subsyndromal or not quite PT, living experiences as if feeling as if the abuse is happening, even if it's not upon reminders of. They do have hyperarousal, they do emotions, activities, people, and if that can't be happening, they start becoming much more anxious, much more hyper-aroused. They have disturbances in relation, which clearly can be an issue, intimacy, and B, could readily easily be explained by battered wife syndrome, a form of PTSD.
Thank you. Now, and what, if any, determinations did you?
Is a professor who at Harvard.
Objection, Your Honor, non-responsive.
She fully.
Your Honor, non-responsive.
That's not non-responsive. I said, what, if anything, did she find?
She fully believed Ms. Heard's version of what was going on.
Objection, hearsay.
Please tell the jury what about the qualifications of Dr. Amy.
Professor at Harvard University Medical School, one, if not one of the two top medical schools in the world. Who will understand if someone is victim, perpetrator, because she does this, researches this for a living every day, and that's her qualifications. Can I say what she reported?
What, if anything, did Dr. Banks indicate relating to histrionic personality disorder or borderline personality disorder for Ms. Heard?
Dr. Banks didn't mention anything about personality. What she did mention was whom she...
To that,
I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
What, if anything, did Dr. Banks report not saying reported to her by Ms. Heard and Mr. Depp, and how they responded?
So Ms. Heard discussed in trying to, again, discuss with Dr. Banks these accusations, these facts of intimate partner violence. Mr. Depp...
Objection, hearsay.
To rely on hearsay, and he's not giving what ultimately was. He's entitled to it. That's
So
my.
you can rely on hearsay, but you just can't state the hearsay. So you can rely on it.
Do in response.
Mr. Depp said nothing when Ms. Heard accused him of intimate partner violence. Mr. Depp said nothing.
And what is the significance of that?
The significance of that is with...
Objection, no foundation.
Sustain.
Okay. All right, we'll move on. You were asked and what the impact could potentially be of taking 8 to 10 of these pills. Do you recall?
Yes.
Okay. And now I'm getting 2015. You've reviewed testimony over that, right, from Mr. Depp, Ms. Heard,
Yes.
and the number. Okay. Do you recall that Ms. said that she found dime bags of cocaine in drawers at the end of that 3 days?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to ask you, Michelle, can you bring up and if we could publish that okay, we can. Thank you. This was taken in Australia, and the testimony's been that these two canvases of Ms. Heard's were painted completely over. Is that something that could be the impact of having tablets of MDMA and combining that with cocaine and alcohol?
Objection, no foundation. Speculation.
The foundation. What, if anything, if you look at the painted canvases on this one, what, if any, evidence is that behaviors indicative of taking a lot of MDMA, cocaine, and alcohol?
Objection, speculation, no foundation.
It's the same question. Sustain.
You testified earlier about property, destruction of property. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Okay. Could you tell the jury how that relates to the correlating factors of risk factors for IPV?
Again, destruction of property is a form of psychological abuse, psychological treatment. And so destruction of property is used as intimidation and as means of control.
Okay. Michelle, can you bring up 1829? And this has already been admitted. Yes, thank you, Your Honor. And what, if any, evidence does this reflect as correlating behavior to risk factors of IPV?
I would say that, one, that demonstrates a good deal of violence and abuse. I think it's pretty clear that they're trying to be intimidating. I don't think...
Objection, Your Honor.
Overruled.
Thank you. Please
continue. People who would misuse ecstasy without cocaine, are prone to agitation, suspicion, violence. What we're seeing there would be very consistent with that presentation.
Okay. Thank you. Michelle, can you now bring up 1830, I guess, and admitted into evidence as well? Your Honor, I'd ask that it be published. And what, if any, evidence does this correlative of IPV perpetration?
Again, this is intimidation, psychological abuse, where you're solely trying to emotionally...
Objection, Your Honor. Can we be heard?
Okay.
Dr. Spiegel, if you can answer the question, what, if any, evidence is this correlating to the risk factors for IPV?
Again, I think the violence comes through.
Objection, Your Honor.
Just the evidence
strike.
of risk factors, if you can.
The evidence of risk factor, accepting a more than average degree of violence, as well as psychological abuse.
Okay. Record evidence of Ms. Heard writing on walls, mirrors, countertops, or painting canvases?
No.
Okay. Thank you, Michelle. You can take that down now. Now, you were all Seroquel and some of the other prescription medications. Did you, during the course of that Mr. Depp was on at one point?
Yes, I read that list.
Michelle, I'm going to ask you to bring up Defendant's Exhibit 301. And Dr. Spiegel, I'm going to ask you to take a look at this. Is this one of the documents that you had that reflected the amount of medication that Mr. Depp was on as of October 26th?
Yes.
Okay. And this was an email from Debbie Lloyd to Dr. Blaustein, his treating psychiatrist, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, jury, we've got Seroquel, 50 mg. Can you just tell,
Objection, hearsay.
Can you just tell the, I haven't finished asking the question yet. So,
Let's approach.
okay. Michelle, can you scroll up just so I can see all of them at the same time? Thanks. Dr. Siegel, if someone was taking 50 milligrams of Seroquel, 25 milligrams of Seroquel, and 50 milligrams of Seroquel, and 50 all in one day, how would that impact?
So obviously this is not, he's using it for one purpose. As I say, with substance use disorder, they're using it to calm down. They're using it just as a down and to relax. And given Adderall a day to stay awake, and nation makes very little sense at all to me.
And if a person was taking 300 milligrams of the day and 600 later in the day, how would that impact?
Again, you're looking at medications that are there solely for a substance use disorder patient. You get them up. That's all this regimen is about. Gabapentin doesn't have a psychiatric indication other than, actually doesn't have a psychiatric indication, although it does calm you down. I have it before. Similar to Adderall, gabapentin is also abusable. Similar to Seroquel is also abusable. So you're getting these kind of unmixed from these medicines while at the same time getting what's called a super therapeutic dose or an excessive amount of Adderall. And for the record book, adults are only for the extended release, not the immediate release preparation. And why that's relevant is the immediate release preparation is more abusable. You go up right away and then down. Now in ADHD, no.
All right. Do addicts lie?
Yes.
All right. Now, you were asked about Mr. Depp passing out, reading testimony of Mr. Depp passing out in the bathroom in his vomit.
That falling asleep with ice cream on you is a
Objection beyond the scope of the question.
Overruled.
Keep going.
I don't think falling asleep with ice cream on you is not what Seroquel is indicated for. It's not meant to put you out in a state where you do.
Michelle, if you can pull up Defendants 1090. It's already into evidence, jury, Your Honor. Dr. Spiegel, does this risk factors?
This would be currently a person who is completely knocked out, and it's usually only one way someone gets knocked out that badly, and that's with pharmacological assistance, whether or illegal. They make it to the bed. They don't sleep with their head on a game bar. I've been a resident in the past, and I was up for 40, 45 hours.
Objection beyond the scope.
It's just explained, Your Honor.
Sustained.
All right, 1095, please. And I'm going to ask you the same question.
You know,
What, if anything, does this indicate relating to risk factors?
colloquially passed out, and there's very few ways to get like that without pharmacological.
4, please, Michelle. Defense, and that's also been admitted. What, if any, indication does this have?
Probably could see how I could.
Objection.
Does this indicate correlative with the risk factors for IPV?
Again, this proves one of the major risk factors, and
Objection.
You are a
Move to strike.
All right, sustained. I'll strike it from the record. Next question.
We'll just move on.
Okay.
Do you recall reviewing Tracy Jacobs and Joel Mandel's lines?
yes,
Okay. Now, you've testified that you reviewed a substantial amount of evidence in this case. Did you find any evidence that Amber Heard exhibited conduct indicative or consistent with any of the risk factors for perpetrators of IPV?
Objection beyond the scope.
Sustained.
And that for Mr. Depp, correct?
yes,
Okay. And did you find, all right, did any of the questions asked by Mr. Depp's counsel change any of your opinion of medical and psychiatric probability or certainty?
absolutely yes.
Thank you very much, Dr. Spiegel.
All right.
The witness is Catherine Arnold.
Catherine Arnold.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm to testify truthfully in this case in the penalty of law? Thank you.
Catherine Arnold.
All right. And what is your profession?
I am an entertainment industry consultant, and I also serve as
The jury, your educational background.
yes. So, I've been in the entertainment industry for over 20 plus years as an assistant at ICM, which is one of the largest talent agencies in Los Angeles that represents anymore as a script reader. So I was working on scripts that they were delivered and submitted to for their actors, writers, directors. After that, I went of film and television projects for a company based in New York, made a product, like toys. And then I went to work with a company called the Goober Peters Company. And Goober Peters was, at the time, one of the largest production specialists. They did films like Batman and Rain Man and Tango and Cash. They did TV shows like Witches of Eastwick. And there I was involved in the development of scripts. We worked with this of what cast would be attached to the scripts and brought directors and talent to those projects. There's a lot. I went on to work in the independent film world as a director attached to the project. We call that packaging. And then we would go, went on after that. I produced 5 or 6 films with actors that you may know, including Salma Hayek, Vincent D'Onofrio, Kurt Ruck. And then I worked with a international sales and production company where I was the head of production, and I worked again on the development of scripts and the financing. So I worked in both the independent world and bulk of my work in the entertainment industry.
Did any of your films win awards?
A couple of them did. So a couple of the independent films that I produced, one of them won Venice Film Festival in its category. And then I also produced another film that won the Heartland Film Festival Award. It's called
Production projects have you been involved in?
So throughout, and CBS would need corporate videos for their live events. So I would interview executives and interview their talent, live sales conferences that they had at that time. And then I also produced some commercials.
All right. And what, if any, experience did you have in corporate relations and licensing?
My career, I worked at the Los Angeles Olympic Organizing Committee, and I worked in the licensing department where we handled the licensing of the Olympic logo, and we also worked with, we're funding those Olympic Games. So it was a lot of contractual negotiations throughout the 2 years prior to the Games and then during the Games themselves.
And what, if any, experience do you have working on?
I've been very lucky to travel the world and gone to a lot of festivals with my films, both here in the United States and elsewhere. And at one point, I was also hired to a festival. They had a new program. Yes, I graduated from UCLA with a bachelor's degree in economics.
What is your current?
Independent and the studio worlds as both a producer and an executive. I work with businesses very different and unlike anything else and very relationship based. So I use my 20 years of experience to help them set up to be able to produce their films.
Have you ever testified as an expert witness in the field?
I've been involved in somewhere between 85 and 100 cases as an expert.
Okay, and approximately how many times have you qualified as an expert on? Been admitted to testify as an expert on damages?
Yes.
Okay, and how many times have you qualified? Defendants?
Yeah.
Okay. How much of your current practice involves consulting as opposed to?
10 or 12 years, it's been about 50-50, so I spend half my time working as a consultant and the other half working with lawyers on their cases.
Standards and practices and related economic damages.
All right, any objection? All right, so moved.
Thank you. You're going to be testifying with respect to Mr. Depp's challenges to, or claims of, to start you with Mr. Depp's claims for damages.
Okay.
With respect.
Yes, any alleged income or any economic opportunities because of the op-ed, specifically.
All right. And have you been asked with the date of the op-ed through November?
A lot of documents. I reviewed the pleadings of the case, the complaints, the discovery item, reviewed Mr. Depp's deposition testimony, which there were volumes of that, as well as Ms. Crawford that had to do with the entertainment industry, you know, the agents and the management teams of both sides, Ron Schnell, between the parties, between their families, between their management teams, the audio recordings, the visual years. I also did my own independent research from general publicity and press and specific sources to get some information that was helpful to my case, to the case.
Thank you. Ms. On career trajectory.
Well, Mr. Depp has had a star in the late 80s and in the 90s, starting with 21 Jump Street, and you've heard, you know, all the films that I'm sure he's been in. He director, and of course his character Jack Sparrow in Pirates of the Caribbean was, you know, world renowned, both critically and within the industry and within the public as a movie star, and within the industry and within the public as a movie's behavior, and both on and off the set, in his personal life and in his professional life. I would say what everybody saw was his great talent, and it started, you know, 6 and 10 is when the behavior started affecting his work to a certain extent. An agent discussed with you in her deposition, it really started affecting her behavior, tardiness, drinking, and the drug abuse, and production companies and studios to hire him due to the challenges that would put on a production.
For evidence.
Well, again, the lateness on set was being made, well, she was being on the other films, including Mordecai and Murder on the Orient Express. When he had the appearance, it was presumed that he was under the effects of alcohol at the Hollywood.
Please continue.
Thank you. Casting directors and production executives asking her, what is going on with your client? Why, you know, what's going on with his movie in Australia with, again, the lateness and the...
Now, based on your analysis, what has caused Mr. Depp's career downturn?
Objection.
Based on your analysis, what has caused Mr. Depp's career downturn?
Behavior, the tardiness, the drugs and alcohol abuse, and the lawsuits. There's a lot of publicity around anything that he does. And every time he has filed a lawsuit, it is brought to light, whether it was about, you know, erratic behavior or publicity has just been charged up and brought everything back to light. And it's been an unfortunate problem for.
For the films that were shortly before Pirates 5, how successful were they? Through the Looking Glass?
Depp has had some obviously extremely successful films, but also in the which could have been Alice Through the Looking, in their financing based on Mr. Depp's star quality and acting ability. Unfortunately, they just didn't perform. So
And what, if anything, did Mr. Depp do with respect to?
For the press conference in Mordecai, which he was not only an actor for, he was also a producer, and he didn't show up, apparently.
What, if any, impact did the Brooks litigation have on Mr. Depp's career?
Okay, so the Brooks litigation was, I think it was a location manager. There was a litigation around Mr. Depp had punched, I think it was a location manager, on the set of a film called City of Lies. To the forefront that he had, violent behavior yet again.
So in 2018, and I'm going to say before the op-ed on December 8th, was there any negative articles, negative press about Mr. Depp?
For quite a while, when you're a celebrity such as Mr. Depp, you're in the limelight, and everybody wants to look at after every movie or after every incident, there was usually press. But the ones that were more significant were the ones in the Hollywood, a couple of them in the Hollywood Reporter. So in 2017, there was an article in the Hollywood Reporter where the journalist discussed, and that Pirates, the last one was 5, right? And that one didn't perform nearly as well as the other previous Pirates of the Caribbean. Discussion that the character.
Objection, hearsay, Your Honor.
I think you could explain generally in terms of Johnny Depp.
That was in the spring of 2017.
Okay. And you said, and I just want to make sure we understand, how well did Pirates 5 do?
It performed less well by over $200 million.
Okay. What, if any, other negative press was there in this time frame? We'll take 2007 for the op-ed.
So in 2018, there was the Rolling Stones article that was an in-depth expose on Mr. Depp's life. Again, his erratic behavior.
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
I think she can give generally, Your Honor, the negative.
Sustained.
All right. What, if any, knowledge whether Disney saw the Rolling Stone article?
There were emails between Disney that they would forward the articles as they came out, both the Hollywood Reporter article and the Rolling Stones article. Warren, who is one of the co-chairs of Disney, used the word, and I think one of the.
Sustained.
All right. Was there any more articles about Pirates of the Caribbean prior to?
Article in October 28th.
To rely on hearsay, and she's just giving the general, she's not.
Approach.
8th, the Hollywood Reporter, October 28th, 2018, where the journalist had spoken to 2 writers of the film, and they were talking
Objection.
about.
To rely on hearsay, and she's just giving the general, she's not.
Approach.
What the article said, say what it's about.
Okay. So in October 28th, the article about.
Overrule.
Please continue.
The part where in the article in October 2018 was about whether or not the Pirates franchise was going to be what they call, and that was regarding 2 writers that were on the project.
Okay. And
There was one other one I'd like
Okay,
to talk
go ahead,
about.
please.
So there was another article on the president of production. It was also in the Hollywood Reporter, and this is the one that Mr. Marks, Mr. Depp's expert, pointed to regarding the op-ed's impact career. And the online article was, as Mr. Marks pointed out, published on December 20th of 2018. But the same article, 2018, which is the same morning of the op-ed. So that Hollywood Reporter article that Mr. Marks used to say...
Objection, no foundation.
Overruled.
Mr. Marks had used that article to show that Disney wanted to let go of Mr. Depp because of the op-ed, but it was actually print article was printed, the Washington Post article was printed. So there's no way that the Washington Post article had any impact on what the Hollywood Reporter journal up.
And the one that was 2 days later was the same article, just online?
Same article, just online, yeah.
Okay, thank you. Now, and then the one that was 2 days later was the same article, just online?
Same article, just online, yeah.
Okay, thank you. Now, what, if anything, was there about press in 2018 related and Dan Wooten and any litigation that Mr. Depp was bringing?
So a lot of press was about the UK trial in the lawsuit that Mr. Depp brought against the Sun title that they used. So there was a ton of press around that, both at the time that it was filed and throughout as documents were being shared with the public, and then, of course, during the trial itself.
Okay. Is your understanding of when the article, the wife beater article, filed suit against the Sun and Mr. Wooten?
Again, in 2018, I believe.
Okay. June, would it be? Would that?
It was fairly shortly after the article, so it was long before the op-ed piece was out.
Okay. And what, if any, impact did case have on his career?
That was a really tough one on Mr. Depp's career because everything public. And so not only did the public get to see it, but the industry was watching closely. And it's hard for studios, especially a studio-oriented, be connected to a star that has texts about burnt corpses and violent behavior in navigate that if they're going to work with a star.
And what, if any, impact did Mr. Depp's other litigation against Mandel and Bloom have during that time period?
Earlier, every time Mr. Depp brings a lawsuit, because he's such a well-known public figure, the spotlight goes on him. So every time a lawsuit was filed, whether it was to his against his business manager, even when he fired his talent agent, it becomes news. And then everybody talks about what could have preceded that. Why would that lawsuit have happened? And then they look at drinking and drug abuse was all part and parcel of every one of those. And it was brought to light yet again each time.
Regarding Pirates of the Caribbean 6 and how that impacted.
Well, Mr. Depp is claiming that he's lost yet, nor is there even a script that has been what we call greenlit, moved towards production. So I don't know how you lose something that hasn't happened. So
damages are limited November 2, 2020, and nothing since. And that hasn't happened. Is there any way he could claim damages for Pirate 6?
Well,
Objection leading.
Again, you can't claim damages for something that hasn't even happened, whether he was in it or not in it, or was going to be in it, or might have been in it, whether it was 2018 or now. There just is no. Not only did he not have a contract even back in the day, 2018 or after that, no contract had been.
I sustain the last part.
How do you know he doesn't have a legal contract?
Well, Ms. Jacobs said he didn't have a legal contract. At CAA said he had not yet negotiated a contract for Pirate 6. And again, there is no script, so they haven't greenlit it, as we say. They don't have it, the director yet.
Okay. Based on your analysis, what, if any, impact did Ms. Heard's op-ed?
Zero.
Okay. And why do you say that?
Again, well, many things. The movie doesn't exist yet, so that's one. But even as in trial for this trial, did not have the op-ed piece as part of all of the information they had read and looked about and discussed. The conversations of Mr. Depp not being in what Pirates, the franchise that goes forward, those were in discussions long before the op-ed piece even came out. And lateness on set, the cost overruns that costs, which can go from hundreds of thousands of dollars to millions of dollars when you have crews sitting around for 2 to 4 hours, several weeks to a month when the finger incident happened. So on top of that, Mr. Depp is an expensive actor. He can earn between $20 and $25 million per month. So it's very expensive. So when you put that all together, the rising cost of Mr. Depp's talent, the challenges that they had to keep it on brands such as Disney, right? Someone talks about a corpse does not necessarily coincide with the brand of Disney. So there was a lot of conversation in burnt corpse does not necessarily coincide with the brand of Disney. So there were many lot of conversation internally in the industry. Or
Objection, hearsay.
She's entitled to rely on hearsay. All right. Please continue without saying what the discussion in the industry was.
Exhausted in terms of where it could go creatively. And I think the studio is looking for a way for it to renew the franchise, but not necessarily base it entirely the last couple of years.
Okay. And
evidenced by the lesser box office of Pirates 5 compared to the earlier ones.
Right. And out on November 5, 2020, 3 days after the damages are cut off relating to Pirates of the
fact that he was probably not going to be in the movie.
Okay. Now, what?
Very little. Hardly anybody even knew the op-ed existed.
On Mr. Depp's Q scores.
According to what I read of Mr. Alan Jacobs, an expert in research on websites that are available to us, Mr. Depp's Q score, or if you're familiar with IMDb, which is Internet Movie Database, which is available to public side, his Q score did not change dramatically. It was kind of in the weeks before and a couple weeks after. So the op-ed didn't have any effect on his Q score, and that was reiterated by Mr. Jacobs in his deposition testimony.
And then you testified in response to an earlier question. I had people, or that nobody seemed to notice the op-ed until Mr. Depp filed suit. Now, that was on March 1, 2019. Do you recall?
Yes, that's when
okay. And why do you say that they didn't notice until then?
Because the op-ed piece, for most people, about I don't think very many people even know it was written until the allegations were made by Mr. Depp.
All right. Between December 18, 2018 and November 2, 2020, our window here, in films.
So Mr. Depp, so the article came, the op-ed piece. So Mr. Depp, so the article came, the op-ed piece came out December 2019. He shot a film called Minamata, which was an independent film that it was what we call a passion project. He loved and then the Dior campaign, Sauvage, I don't know the exact dates of filming, but I know that it did air throughout 2019 and continued that product endorsement. And then in April 19, and it's my understanding that he still may continue that product endorsement. And then in April, the Barbarians, he went to the Deauville Film Festival, he went to the Venice Film Festival, he was well received at the press conferences. You know, life was at the same level for him in terms of he was still working on press for the film.
That's no longer the case, is that correct?
Objection, Your Honor.
What's the objection?
Can we approach?
Okay.
And that's no longer the case, correct, on Fantastic Beasts? I don't want you to say that film, correct?
He was paid for it, but he does not star in the film.
Okay, thank you. Now, what, if any, effect did the op-ed have on Mr. Depp's fan?
I don't know I don't think it had any effect on his fan following. Again, his Q scores didn't shift, and he clearly has a strong fan base.
In your opinion, what damage, if there is any, to Mr. Depp on his career and reputation between December 18, 2018 and November 2, 2020?
Objection, speculation.
Mr. Depp.
And why do you say that?
Well, again, filing the lawsuits, bringing to light the issues, is Mr. Depp doing that on his own? And any statements that were made by his team, Mr. Waldman or anyone else, is associated with Mr. Depp, and those statements, defamatory statements, which we'll talk about in a minute, were also put out by Mr. Depp's team. So in actuality, he's causing his own demise and continuing to kind of...
Probability or certainty with respect to Mr. Depp's damages?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Now I'm going to move you to Amber Heard's damages. On what subject have you been asked to offer your opinion?
So I was asked to look at the Heard incurred due to the defamatory statements that Mr. Waldman, on behalf of Mr. Depp, made in April of 2020.
Review informing your opinions.
Statements that Mr. Waldman, on behalf of
Review informing your opinions.
Again, many of the same material included, as well as expert testimony that was based on statistical analysis of negative social media that were created, as well as what happened. I talked to Ms. Heard's agent to get a first-person accounting of what happened from her perspective after those defamatory statements were made. And then I looked at the, again, emails back and forth with the studio, Warner Brothers, and other producers.
Into the questions that I'm going to ask, I'm going to go ahead and just kind of define 6A and 1247, and I'm just going to refer to them as the Depp/Waldman statements in asking you all these questions. Will you understand what I'm talking about? Okay, good. Please describe Amber Heard's career prior to...
A long career for someone who is, well, certainly 50 productions before the defamatory statements were made. She had, a consistent working actor's career. Her agents were, as she started getting more work, critical acclaim. And then she went from that to getting Justice League, which is on the bigger budget. And then she went from that to getting Justice League, which is on the bigger budget, is the bigger scale movie, and then, of course, Aquaman and Aquaman. Her career was following a very nice, steady rise, and she was on the precipice of a meteoric rise with with Aquaman and Aquaman 2 prior to the statements.
In terms of box office sales?
Aquaman was an extremely successful film. It made over $1 billion, and I believe it is the highest grossing. Aquaman was an extremely successful film. It made over $1 billion, and I believe it is the highest grossing DC comic film.
Now, what, if any, accolades did Amber receive for her role in Aquaman? And I'm going to call it, sometimes I'll call it Aquaman 1 just to make sure we don't get confused.
Right. So, and many emails from the director and the producer and
Objection, hearsay.
She got emails from the director and the producer stating that they loved her performance.
Objection.
And
Summarize them or characterize them. Can you do that?
Accolading emails? Emails of accolade from her, from the director and the producer.
Objection, hearsay.
Overruled as to that.
What type of press opportunities did Amber have prior to the Depp-Waldman statement?
Many magazines, after The Danish Girl, after Justice League, after Aquaman. She was the cover girl, I think it was, of Marie Claire or Elle. She had a cover story of a big magazine in Mexico and Australia. They did a lot of press, both in magazines, but also on the press tours and the press junkets that she did for the films.
And
yes, there was a lot of them.
Objection, leading.
Overruled.
There was a lot of them, so I'm not, don't remember all of them, but it was, GQ, Elle, Marie Claire, the big magazines, both here, the UK, Eastern Europe, in Latin America, and in Australia.
And what about after the release of...
And they wanted to give her a lot more press, and I think up until the defamatory statements came out, she was on deck to do a lot of press. And then...
Please continue.
So the press and the request for press went silent after the defamatory statements were made, and which then the negative social media campaign ensued after that.
What factors relating to social media does the entertainment industry rely on when considering an actor for a role?
Decide to use an actor or an actress in a film because they want to know what the consumer feels about that actor. So when there's social media, it can be very bad because not only can social media be directed at the actor or the actors themselves, but it can also be directed towards the movie, towards the product that the actor or actor is working with. So it becomes very complicated and it can get very messy to continue working with an actor or an actress if there's a lot of
Waldman statements. What happened on social media?
Facebook posts and Snapchat and trolling, as we call it. It was just negative. Of course, that used the words in the statement of the Depp Waldman statements, that 1.2 million negative statements between 2020 and November or January of 21. It's a lot of any kind.
Can you please describe to the jury what a negative social campaign is?
So a negative social campaign would be when a fan base, or in this case, according to both the forensic statistical analyst as well as Ms. Heard's agents and the product that she was working with, L'Oreal, says it was a campaign that included both live.
All right. Other than the bust of the social media, the negative. What's
The fan base was very energized.
Yeah, negative social media campaign. What's
The fan base was very energized by Mr. Is it the Depp?
Yeah, let me just
the
ask
Depp
you-
Waldman. I'm
Yeah,
sorry. There's a lot in my brain right now.
It doesn't matter. What heard since the Depp Waldman statements?
Great. So the next had an endorsement contract with L'Oreal, the makeup, and every time that L'Oreal mentioned Amber Heard and the product together, they would get harassed. Her publicist company was harassed. Any kind of movie that she was related to or television project that she was related to got negative attention from the social media world. Even were getting hammered, if you will, or bombarded by negative social media, which made it difficult to work with Amber on any level because negativity was brought to their product, service, or...
Okay. And is that negative social media campaign ongoing to this day?
Yes.
Okay. And you were talking a little bit before, I think, about Room 2. What were your observations with respect to that in connection to the Depp Waldman statements?
Again, the statements, whether called, remove Amber from Aquaman or, negativity for her relationship in that film, it always tended to use words that were inside the defamatory statements. They became, if it was said in the defamatory statement, they were often reiterated in the tweets and the posts.
Okay. How difficult is it for an actor to repair this social media?
Well, first of all, it has to stop. Okay, so once it stops, then an actor and their team can work slowly in both. Maybe it's press interviews, maybe it's relationship with charity, maybe it's a small role in a movie and they do well and they kind of rebuild their career 2, 3, 4, 5 years or more to rehabilitate your career. But first and foremost, it needs to stop. It just needs to stop so that they can... The consumer can activate their career by doing their work again.
Describe Amber Heard's reputation after the Depp Waldman statements.
Well, the reputation, I guess, depends on who you're talking to, but in the public, it's been very negative. In the industry, they like her work, but it's very now, again, because every time her name is mentioned, the negativity flares up again. So it doesn't make sense for them to try to make a movie which costs millions of dollars and then have a lot of negativity towards the film or the product. So her world has been silent in terms of opportunities, and even things that she wanted to work on are no longer available to her.
Has Amber been able to obtain roles after the Depp-Waldman statements?
For a long time, no. Very recently, she was able to do a small independent film from who get their financing out of Europe. But up until that, no, she has not worked.
Now, based on the fact that Amber came out of Aquaman, what should her opportunity, what would you have expected following the release of Aquaman, December 2018, up to what's going on now?
I like to call Aquaman really, Amber Heard's Star is Born moment. It was that moment where not only was she a good actor, but she was now world renowned because she was in the most successful time, if not all time, and certainly for DC Comics. She was on the poster with the very handsome Jason Momoa, and they were this couple, and she was strong and beautiful, and it was just this excitement for her career to take off, right? Her agents were excited, the producers were excited. Everybody just wanted to hit the ground running, and let's do more. Let's do more work.
What, if anything, happened to Amber's participation in Aquaman 2?
So for a moment in time, in February 2021, there were conversations. I'm going to be technical with you. Her option for employment was not going to be exercised. So they may not have hired her again, even though she had a contract for it. There was some question as to whether she was going to be on Aquaman 2.
All right. And did ultimately then she still get hired for Aquaman 2?
She did. Her management team fought very hard, and they ultimately ended up hiring what her management team did. But Jason Momoa, the star, and James Wan, the director, committed to her in an email.
Don't say what the email said, just summarize it.
Jason Momoa and the director were adamant that she was in.
What, if any, assurances did, she has to be able to say that.
Well, sustained as to hearsay.
What, if any, assurances did Mr. Momoa and Mr. Wan give Amber that she would be in Aquaman 2? What, if any, are you aware of any issues between Amber and Jason Momoa from Aquaman?
According to the fact that they did a chemistry test with Ms. Heard, in order for her to be hired, that is a good indication that they thought the two of them had good chemistry. Obviously, when you look at the movie, they have good chemistry, and the poster, they have good chemistry. So I think it's general.
And what, if anything, would also...
He wanted her in the movie.
Okay.
Hearsay.
I think she has to be able to rely on...
Sustained. I'll strike it from the record.
In your review of all of the record evidence, what, if anything, did you see in writing anywhere that there was ever any chemistry or creative issue in Jason Momoa from Aquaman 1?
There were no communications whatsoever that there was no chemistry between the two.
And what, if anything, did you see that the producer or Jason Momoa did not want Amber Heard in Aquaman 2?
I did not see any evidence of that.
Okay. And correct?
Correct, again.
Overruled.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now, what, if any, leverage did Amber Heard have to renegotiate her salary under the circumstances of discussions you were talking about with not exercising her option?
She had zero leverage. She was fighting for her life to stay in the film.
Okay. Now, is it typical for an actor to be able to negotiate their salary after a successful franchise?
So you may know this already, and so I apologize if you've heard it before. I don't know what's been brought to your attention, but in a franchise, potential franchises, Justice League and Aquaman, the customs and practice is that the studio will make an agreement with the actor that incorporates. So if Justice League does well, they want to know what they're going to pay the actor for the next one and the next one and the next one. And in those successive terms in the contract, fee for that actor customarily goes up. It can go up by 10%, 20%, 100%, have you. And in the case, as Ms. Kovacevic stated in her testimony, that in a successful franchise, that a movie that's made $1 billion, the actors, agents will go back and try that upcoming price tag. So if it was going to be X, they might want it to be 2X or 3X. And that's very standard in the industry to renegotiate your contracts when there's many films in one price points.
What if any other actors in Aquaman 1 were able to renegotiate their contracts?
Jason Momoa renegotiated his contract very significantly from Aquaman 1 to Aquaman.
Do you know roughly how much more?
It went up from the, somewhere between 3 and 4 million to 15 million.
Okay. Did Amber have a contract for Aquaman 1? How much was she paid for Aquaman 1?
Aquaman 1, she was paid $2 million.
Okay. And did that same contract provide for if she was?
I'm sorry, I apologize. Aquaman 1, I believe she got $1 million. Aquaman 2, she was supposed to get $2 million. I apologize. The numbers, there were a lot of numbers in that one contract. So Aquaman 1, it was $1 million, $2 million.
All right. Now, based on your experience and knowledge in the industry, how much would Amber Heard have been able to negotiate her contract, but for Aquaman 2, I'm asking?
Right. Well, as you can see from Mr. Momoa's contract, that went up exponentially, up to $15 million. Ms. Heard, I don't know if she would have gotten $15 million for the movie, but have increased it by $1 or $2 million or even doubled it. So if it was 2, it could have been 4 or even 5 or 6, depending on the enthusiasm if it had just rolled from Aquaman 1 to Aquaman. This negativity that was created by the Depp Waldman statements.
What, if anything, happened to Amber's role in Aquaman 2 after the Depp Waldman statements? Now, why would Amber have been featured more prominently in Aquaman 2?
Objection, no foundation.
It's only a foundation.
Okay. What usually determines, or are you able to speak to whether Anne or would have been more prominently featured in Aquaman 2?
Well, a couple things.
Wait, I'm trying to get your foundation. Are you able to speak to that?
Yes.
Okay. And then your opinion.
So there's 2 things. When 2 actors do well in a romantic relationship and, they get married or they're going to have a baby, you want to follow that through, because part of well in Aquaman was not only the action sequences, but to have a strong female character having a relationship with a strong male character, it's very empowering, right? So that was working for them in the first place. The poster world was, one of the main posters was of the 2 of them together standing proud and strong, right, being that couple. And so naturally, as you go and develop scripts, follow on the things that are working. And according to Ms. Heard, when she read the first script for Aquaman 2, she had a strong romantic arc for the entire film, and then she also got to do some great action sequences at the end of that storyline. So she was featured predominantly throughout the script of Aquaman 2 when she first read it.
All right, and then what happened?
Well, she didn't hear anything, so she wasn't getting the scripts when everyone called her agents. And then when she got the script, it was pared down from the first script dramatically. They had her in the hospital very shortly in the first part of the movie. They had her in the hospital, and they pretty much had her in the hospital, and then she was going to do this action sequence in the end. She trained 5 hours a day for several months with a trainer to do this big action sequence. And then 2 things happened. One, the costume designer said, I don't know what happened to your role. It got diminished. And
Objection,
2,
hearsay.
Sustained.
All right, go ahead with the second one. That's
and
right.
more important, this big action sequence that she was going to do at the end of the movie in the 3rd act was cut out, and they took it away from her. So it was radically reduced from what it was in the script and while she was preparing for the movie.
And what, if any, changes were made to the storyline?
I haven't seen the movie yet specifically, so I can't really speak to that.
She was in the hospital. What do you mean by, was she injured in the first scene?
I believe that in the first act of the movie, she was injured somehow or had something to do with the baby. I don't know exactly. I'm just going with what Ms. Heard told me about, was in the hospital early in this new Aquaman 2 movie and doesn't really come out till the end to kind of wrap things up. But all of the interactions with Momoa's character and the...
Okay. How has Amber typically been involved in promotions for her films?
as we talked about earlier, actively involved, and that was on the press junkets, and the actors were together and answered questions from the press at various screenings and film festivals, usually after her movies, especially after Justice League.
And how was the promotion of Aquaman 2 affected by the Depp-Waldman statements?
Or very little, particularly in a teasers that I've seen, we call, shortly, there was a scene, we call, short little films about the making of and so forth. She's not featured in them. And also a very big event that Warner Brothers put on during the fandom. I think it's a DC fandom event, which is a big kind of like Comic-Con style event. And they invited all of the actors that have strong roles in film to participate, both in the posters and the artwork, and also participate at DC fandom. And Ms. Heard was not invited to either be in the poster or be at the event. And in fact, they...
Now, can this hurt Amber's career, not being allowed to be in any of the promotional materials?
Absolutely. It means that nobody knows had the same part in the film. It's not going to take her on to her next movie. She's not being associated with the tremendous amount of promotion that's going to be made for this, movie. So she's not a part of it because of this negative campaign.
How have the Depp-Waldman statements affected any other films or TV project promotions for Amber?
Prior to the defamatory statements, but either around the, after or around the time that Aquaman 1 came out, she was in the TV show called The Stand novel. So big book, going to be a big TV show. And again, Ms. Heard didn't do any press or promotion for that for the same reasons.
And what, if any, plans were there heard on the cover of LA Style relating to Stand before the Depp-Waldman statements?
Right. So Ms. Heard was in, and they had done an article about in this TV show, The Stand, the Stephen King novel related TV show, and they were going to give her the cover picture and cover story, and they took that away. I don't know if the article would cover picture and the cover story.
Okay. How have the Depp-Waldman statements affected press requests for Amber?
There aren't any.
So
yes, they request, and now there aren't any.
Has Amber Heard obtained any roles since the Depp-Waldman statement?
Again, for many years, no, for a good year and a half, 2 years, until she got this small movie called Into the Fire.
Okay. Has Amber obtained any studio movie roles since the Depp-Waldman statements?
No.
Have Amber's philanthropic opportunities been affected by Depp-Waldman statements?
Again, she had some passion projects. She was invited to do some charity work and passion projects that she, loved and wanted to be involved with and even travel for. But they decided it wasn't going to be a good idea because every time she appears anywhere, the social media negativity can. So she hasn't been able to do any of her charity work.
What is an endorsement?
So an endorsement is when an actor associates themselves with a product, either for promotion or commercials, like Jennifer Aniston doing the water, or Matthew McConaughey doing the car commercial. That's a product endorsement. He's paid to say that the product is good with the product.
How important are those endorsements to the actors in the entertainment industry?
Well, very, very important on two levels. One, they bring a good not shooting a movie, so it's a good way to make money in between film roles. And then also, it shows the studios and the production executives and the financiers that the actor is relevant in the community because of product. So if it's a well-known product, that's really great. If it's a medium product, that's great, and so forth and so on. So you want to be, if you can, and if that's something that you like to do, not everybody does, but if they like to do that, have value out of those product endorsements because then the studios see that there's a connection with the consumer, not just on the film, but also with product.
Did Amber have any endorsement activities prior to the Waldman statements?
Yes.
Please explain.
So Amber was hired by L'Oreal to be a product and endorse their product, the makeup line. Had a $1.5 million contract for 2 years, and they were able to work. They had 20 days of her work. They had the right to work with her for 20 days. She started the work, and then when the defamatory statements came out, they essentially put a pause on working with her. So they no longer brought her to photo shoots. They no longer had her do public product, and it basically said, "We love you, but we can't work with you right now because it's just too much."
Objection, hearsay.
All right. I'll sustain the objection. Next
Okay.
question.
Depp Waldman's statements affected that deal in any way with L'Oreal?
Well, they put it on pause and haven't done any of the work, so she's not out there in the public eye related to the product. Have decided to continue working with her at some point once, as I said, this all quiets down, this trial is over, and hopefully the negative campaigns will stop. So they extended her contract for that extension.
And has Amber been hired for any other endorsement deals since the Depp Waldman statements?
No.
Now, did you assess Amber's result of the Depp Waldman statements?
Yes.
What did you do to assess those?
Well, first of all, I looked at Amber's career directly, so I wanted to see, as I said earlier, she worked consistently on the kind of very large upswing with the big movies, Justice League and Aquaman and all of that, and The Stand with the Stephen King project. And then it stopped, right? So her work. And then I looked at other actors that kind of grew up at the same time frame, grew up meaning they started their career at the big movie projects to the well-known, the big movie projects. And I looked at those actors, and I then saw after they had their Stars Born moment, if you will, I wanted to see where their careers went. So I looked at several actors to see Jason Momoa, her co-star, to see what happened in their careers after such a successful film as Aquaman came out.
And why did you use that method of analysis?
It's a very common method in industry to work with what we call comps. I think Ms. Kovacevic even used that word comp. With films, you try to find comparable films. With actors, you look to see comparable actors. So you could distinct actual, this is going to happen, but this is the probability with a reasonable certainty that with the right management team that she had and her acting ability and her looks and the press that she had, that her career would have been similar to these other actors.
Have you used that method in other cases in which you've been an expert on damages?
Yes, I have.
Who did you select as comparables for your comparison?
Well, I wanted to look at actors that were in superhero films that had done really well at the box office. So I looked at Jason Momoa, her co-star. I looked at Gal Gadot, who was Wonder Woman. I looked at Ana de Armas, who was in
Blade Runner?
Thank you. Blade Runner. Zendaya, who was in Spider-Man, and I looked at Chris Pine, who was in Star Trek and also Wonder Woman. About the similar age range, all attractive actors, all with good acting to do stunts. So there are not that many actors to look at who do superhero characters. So it was a small pool to work from, but I took a wide range from those actors, both men and women, to happen to Ms. Heard's career.
Do you consider all of them to be identical for purposes of measurement?
Well, absolutely not. I mean, no two actors are identical. You can only look at that within a range of characteristics and management team and so forth.
And we've heard from Mr. Banya. Did you review Mr. Banya's Q-score analysis regarding the comparables you used?
Yes, I did.
And what you formed in reviewing Mr. Banya's analysis regarding the comparables you selected?
So Mr. Banya looked at calendar years to assess what happened in December of 2017 and in June, what happened in a very specific time frame, which works on some statistical analysis. But when you're talking about actors and their relationships to Q-scores are related to in the consumer's mind, if you will, how well known or how much they're coming up in conversation. And so Mr. Banya did not look at time periods of the actors that I compared them when it came out, so like right after the success of their big film, what was their Q-score, but moreover, he just looked at them in a year range. So it doesn't coincide from you look at it over time. You have to look at it specifically after each of those individuals' box office success with a particular film. You look at the Q-score during that, and then you look at how low it drops, say a couple months afterwards, and then if it comes back up, if they have another film or another event that brings them into the limelight again. So it's not related to a specific activity or event, and he did not do that.
Okay. What did your comparison show in terms of films that those actors had been in since their breakout roles? I'm talking about the comparables.
In terms of their, I'm not quite sure I understand the question.
Well, what happened with these other actors after they stars
unrelated
for a
to Q
moment.
scores were.
Right.
Oh, okay, sorry. So all those actors' careers, the ones I mentioned, they all either were a steady rise or even a meteoric rise in terms of Stars Born moment. Then they got some other good films, and maybe they got another film that performed extremely well. So it was a range, but they all were on an upward trajectory without a doubt.
And
With a reason, I mean, the way that the kind of industry works is usually, unless there is a force majeure or some really negative event, same upward swing in about the same time frame, give or take 6 months to a year. But it would be very reasonable to believe that her career would have been on an upward trajectory within the range of those other actors.
what, if any, comparisons did you make respecting endorsement deals of these actors with Amber?
You know, again, all those actors that we've talked did multiple endorsement deals after their big movies or after their big series of movies. You know, Jason Momoa is on, Rocket Mortgage and Harley Davidson, as well as, 5 or 6 others. Zendaya is Lancome and fashion and water and jewelry, and Gal Gadot and Chris Pine and Ana de Armas. They've all done either a couple or many, and that's associated with a large brand. Unlike Amber, who hasn't even been able to work on the one contract that she had. She certainly didn't get any others.
So what did your analysis show with responses, but for the Depp-Waldman statements?
They were significant, if we follow the trajectory of her, colleagues.
Well, let's start with at Aquaman 2. What would she have realized there?
Well, as I stated earlier, so from Aquaman 1 to 2, it went from $1 million to $2 million, right? So that was simple. So the agents were very excited after the success of Aquaman to go and negotiate a much higher fee like they did for Jason Momoa. They weren't able to do that. So in that sense, it was more than likely a $2 million loss just from that movie alone.
So 2 to 4, you had said before?
It could have been 4, it could have been 6.
Objection leading.
Sustain.
Okay. What about other films?
Once, as Amber's agent, Ms. Kovacevic, I was doing okay. Ms. Kovacevic said that once you gain dollars from Aquaman 2, that kind of was like the baseline for any other movie she would have done. So any other studio movie would have started from there, and depending on the success of Aquaman and how much press or great director, independent film, whatever, that $2 million for a studio film that she would have done, any big budget film, would have been the basis at $4 million, and then most likely have gone up from there if she was able to get others, which she should have, just like the other.
Let's talk about TV for a minute. What would those losses have included?
Well, On the Stand, which was, about the same time as Aquaman, but got the press and the cutoff because of the defamatory statements and the negative campaign, she got paid $200,000 an episode on The Stand. So on a TV series of 9 episodes, it's $1.8 million. Again, done other TV shows, it's very likely that whether she worked with a streamer or with one of the networks, that fee would have gone up from there. Her agents would have been able to use the leverage of the success of Aquaman. If she had done another television show, given rise to even a higher episodic fee, some actors go up to $1 million an episode. Jason Momoa's in his TV show. So there's an exponential range of where she could have gone.
All right. What about endorsements?
Same thing, all the other actors were doing of a couple years period, anywhere from 5, 6, 7 other endorsement deals. And Ms. Heard realistically should have gotten into categories. L'Oreal is makeup, so probably not in makeup, but maybe water or clothing or jewelry or wellness, or it could have been anything else. And so she too should have certainty gotten other contract deals based on the success of the films that she's been associated with and the TV shows she's been associated with.
And what would that have translated into in terms of dollars?
So in terms of dollars, okay, so if it was 1 point for L'Oreal for a 2-year contract, and let's give her four other $1.5 or $2 million deals, then you're looking at an additional $8 million of income over time. I'm not saying this is in one period. We're looking at as far back as the years. And again, as I said earlier, even when this is quiet, it will take 3 to 5 years. Even when this is quiet, it will take 3 to 5 years for her to rehabilitate her career if she can. So we have to look at it as a minimum of 5 years. So when I say $8 million for endorsement contracts, it would have been over time.
What, if any, losses relating to production or film?
Well, again, these other actors that we looked at, and there's a wide range of them. Some of them did bigger films and some of them did gigantic films. But it is assumed that once you are in an Aquaman-style film, you'll either continue to do those, right? Some of these franchises, as we know, go 4, 5, 6 films. And in another studio film that had nothing to do with Aquaman, but again, so over the course of 5 years, it's very reasonable to consider that she would have been in at least one film a year at a minimum of 4, because that's what her precedent would have been had she renegotiated. And it's important to note that in her Justice League contract, if there is a Aquaman, her price is set at $4 million. So it's very reasonable to assume and to believe that if she did a film a year, for 5 years at a minimum of negotiation, which probably would have happened, but let's just say that baseline, that would be another $20 million over that time frame.
What, if any, opinions do you have about Amber power over time?
That it would continue to rise. It's customary in the industry, as I've talked about earlier, that the negotiations, especially with her agents, her fees would have gone higher. So I'm just using the baseline without any ability to foresee in the future that I already know she got negotiated for $4 million from Aquaman 3. So if we use that as a base, but it very well would have gone up had her agents done the work that they wanted to do.
So combining all of these opinions and calculations that you've had, what, if any, range are estimating for Amber Heard but for the Depp Waldman statements?
Right, so again, it's really important that I looked at, and hopefully you understand this, that it's over time, right? So let's just say a minimum of 5 losses, and it could be more, but at minimum, if you look at the film, the television, and the endorsement contracts, it's very likely they earned between $45 and $50 million over that time period.
Are all your opinions to within a reasonable degree of probability or certainty?
Yes.
Go ahead and take our afternoon recess, ladies and gentlemen. Do not do any outside research and do not discuss this case with anybody.
May I sit down?
Yeah, you can step down. That's fine.
I'm sorry.
No, that's right. I appreciate it, ma'am. Go ahead. As a reminder, court is still in session, please. All right, so let's come back at 4 o'clock. We can do that, all right?
Thank you, Your
4
Honor.
o'clock. All right, if we could have the witness. Okay, sure. While we do that, can we have the witness take this?
Your sound mixer?
Excuse me?
Your sound mixer?
All right, we're ready for the jury?
Do I stand?
It's up to you. All right, you can be seated. All right, cross-examination.
Good afternoon, Ms. Arnold.
Hello, how are you?
Repeatedly testified about what you were asked as the Depp-Waldman statements. Ms., you don't have any Depp knew of the statements that Mr. Waldman made, do you?
Only with association with Mr. Waldman, correct?
You don't know when the first time Mr. Depp looked?
I don't know.
No. And the association you're talking about is that Mr. Waldman worked from time to time as Mr. Depp's attorney, correct?
Objection, Your Honor, I'm.
All right, and you're testifying as a damages expert, and wear two hats, talking both about Mr. Depp's damages and about Ms. Heard's purported damages. Let's talk about Ms. Heard's damages first. You understand that you have to testify as to damages from the Waldman statements, correct?
That was my analysis.
Most of your testimony, however, was just simply testimony that occurred after the Waldman statements.
That's what I was tasked with, yes.
Right. The mere fact that there were activities in Waldman statements doesn't establish that the Waldman statements caused any damages, does it?
When you look at the time frame of when the Waldmans, and you look at what was going on with Ms. Heard's career prior to the statements and what happened after the statements, it's very clear to make that correlation that they were caused by those statements and the campaign that followed of social media.
All right, that's an interesting thing, because the witness morning actually described the correlation does not, this morning actually described the notion of what's correlation and what's causation. Correlation does not imply causation, does it, ma'am?
I'm not an expert in semantics.
Okay. But you're an expert who is purporting to say that I'm $50 million, and I'm trying to understand where you put the link between the Waldman statements and all these since then?
As I stated and very clearly wanted to make sure that everybody understood was that it was a time frame under, between which the Waldman statements were made. Negative decline in her career started happening, and in discussions with her agents and her publicist, there was a very tight timeline to when those statements came out and when everything started pulling away from Ms. Heard.
Right, but what you're talking about is just a link in time. You cannot put any causal connection between what Mr. Waldman purportedly said and the damages that Ms. Heard purportedly suffered. You have no idea statements caused any damage to Ms. Heard, do you?
Well, actually, both the words in the statements were used as hashtags in the campaign, as well as investigative analysis was done on the social media campaign. It turned out that 1 in 4 of the statements had Waldman or Waldman. So that was another connection that I was able to make between the defamatory statements and the negativity that the studios and the product endorsements and the press connected as well.
All right, let's start with first principles. If they're true, they're not defamatory, correct?
Again, that's outside of the scope of my expertise.
All right, go back to what you just testified to, and I think you said the Waldman statements appeared in hashtags.
I said words from the Waldman statements appeared in hashtags.
Right, and however, don't have the Waldman statements in the hashtag.
I've also seen them online myself.
Well, but the analysis Schnell did, he looked at 4 of them, right?
That was Schnell's analysis, and I do believe I remember reading that, yes.
All right, and the 25% that you just raised, that's Mr. didn't do that, he did it.
Correct.
All right, so you know what Mr. Schnell did, and he didn't look at hashtags that contained the Waldman statement words. He looked at justice, right?
That's one of them, yes?
One of them, of the 1.2 million hits that you talked about, that was 984,000?
Well, also in my conversations with Mr. Schnell, we talked about all the words that were in the statement that also appeared. So what he wrote in his report and what I had in my conversation may not have been the same thing.
I want to hear about your conversation with Mr. Schnell.
It's part of what I relied on, and I'm allowed to talk about that.
All right, so your conversation with Mr. Schnell, let's move beyond that, and let's talk about what Amber Heard is an abuser. That's not in the Waldman statement, is it?
The fact that she was called a hoax can be related to the words were not used, correct?
Right. And we just don't like Amber. That's not in the Waldman statement.
Correct.
All right. And Amber Turd is not in the Waldman statement.
Correct.
Right. None of those things are. And in terms of the use of the words fraud and hoax, that appeared in only 6.5% of the millions of tweets that Mr. Schnell analyzed, right?
I don't have his definition or his, if you'd like to.
Right. And you said Waldman appears in 25%. Waldman or Waldmanian.
According to Mr. Schnell, yes.
But if that's your only evidence, however, that any of this activity has any link to Mr. Waldman. Is that correct?
Well, no, we also look at the timeline because those campaigns were not active prior to the Waldman statements, and then they started appearing. So there's some.
Mr. Depp bears no responsibility for the social media campaigns. He doesn't. If the social media campaigns caused her ability to generate income, that's not the Waldman statements. That's a social media campaign.
I'm going to object, Your Honor. May we approach?
Okay.
All right, so I'm just looking for all evidence of the causal connection exists between the $45 million in damages that you assert and the three statements made by.
Well, I also looked at Ms. Heard's career after the divorce proceedings and other she was either involved with or was discussed. And her career might have had a pause, but she was able to overcome that when she did Aquaman and she did The Stand, prominent productions. And there was no dramatic downturn in her career after any publicity.
Ma'am, I don't mean to interrupt you, but do you have notes with you?
No, it's just dust, and I'm just distracting myself. I guess
I'm sorry.
It's just nerves. It's really just that. There's just
that's okay.
Dust. Sorry.
So you looked at her career, but the way her career was moving.
Right. So as I was saying, her career was moving forward, and even she had been able to overcome the negative publicity surrounding the divorce or the initial lawsuit and the other lawsuits, anything that she was associated. She overcame that. She did Justice League, and she did Aquaman, and she did The Stand, and she got the L'Oreal contract all after that. The only down and stopped was at the same time that those defamatory statements came out. So,
but there was a lot of other activity that happened following the defamatory statements. You said if Depp files a lawsuit, it ignites the fire around the both of them. Right?
No, I actually said it ignites the fire mostly around Mr. Depp. That was that was in context of when I was asked about Mr. Depp's career. That was not in context of when I was asked about Ms. Heard's career.
It's not the same fire?
It is and isn't. The protagonist in the case in the UK was Mr. Depp. Ms. Heard was a witness to that case. She was not a part of the case. So most of the negative press went.
There was enormous amounts of negative on Ms. Heard as a result of the UK case. Isn't that true?
There was negativity, yes, about both of them in the case, yes.
Right. Substantial amounts of negativity. And so you can't tell me that negativity isn't the thing that keeps your or Ms. Heard from working.
Well, a time frame, the negative statements were a much closer time frame to the press and publicity around Aquaman and The Stand than the UK case, which was months later. So again, defamatory statements is kind of the igniting force, and it was promoted and kind of more oxygen was put on the fire when the UK case came out. So it kind of became a snowball. The match was lit and it kept getting stronger and stronger.
Right, but Ms. Heard isn't claiming a causal connection between the UK case and her damages. Right?
No.
All right. And you can't distinguish between the UK bad publicity and the arrived after the Waldman statements.
What time frame are you talking about with the bad publicity from the UK case, so we can at least be specific on time frames?
Well, you talked about a 5-year time window.
A time window from 2020 to the 2 years that we're at now, plus the 3 years moving forward, is what I talked about in terms of the time frame that it would take someone who's been under this much to hit their career. That's when we talked about the 5 years.
Right, that's when you talked about the 5 years. So you look over this 5-year window, and during the period that precedes this window, and lots of negative press about Ms. Heard, irrespective of the Waldman statements, correct?
Before the Waldman statements, as I said, she was able to over great jobs and was getting endorsement contracts.
Right, but after the Waldman statements, there is more activity in the press, there's more social, and you cannot put a causal connection between that activity and what Mr. Waldman said.
It can be the instigating event, if you want me to call it that, instigating event of a torrential rain of social media tactics that has gone on for years, yeah.
The instigating event, and therefore your damage analysis with a degree, some degree, I guess, of reasonable certainty is that once there's an instigating event, every is fair game for damages?
Well, it's like a fire. If one tree burns and then more air or wind is added to it, then the next tree burns and the whole forest burns. But if that first fire had a tree, there would have been no loss of acreage. So you can look at it with that same analogy.
Trees burn one at a time, don't they, ma'am?
Firefighter, I'm not going to go there with you, but
I
obviously
don't
we
know. I
know that
think-
a single match can cause thousands of acres to burn. So we can leave it at that.
I think I went there with you. All right, let's do this. You decided that there were a number of that you described as comparable in order to determine what Ms. Heard was likely to make over time.
Yes.
All right. Of those comparable actors and actresses, is there a single one who has had suggesting that they defecated in the marital bed?
I don't know. I have
Okay.
no idea.
You would agree with me is a negative influence with respect to Hollywood.
If one believed it, yes.
Yeah, if one believed it, you know. Yes?
Yeah. It certainly has been discussed. We don't have any proof or video of anybody defecating on the bed.
Do not have proof or, video of anybody defecating in a bed. I'll give you that.
That's a good thing.
Yeah. But what you know is say anything about defecating in a bed.
Correct.
Right. So all of the bad publicity around that activity hasn't been, right?
Waldman, as you said, didn't talk about defecation.
Okay. And you haven't considered how that story adversely impacted Miss Heard's career.
That story, you're going to ask me for a causal link between that poop story and her demise of her career. I'm not going to do that, nor can I.
You couldn't do it?
Can I make it? No, I can't.
Right. And you can't do it with Waldman's statements either, can you?
Well, again, I did, and I have, and I...
You did by just pointing out that time frames are relatively close.
The time frame and the instigation and if you will, the route is, again, it's like a lit tree. It's going to ignite everything. It's like free game afterwards. So it was the instigating event, if you will, and that's what I looked at, yes.
All right, so your perspective, anything that happened after Waldman that was negative to your client is attributable to Waldman and therefore attributable to the damage.
I was tasked with looking at that specifically, and that's what I was asked to limit it to. I was not asked to look at anything else.
All right. Jason Momoa, that's one of your comparables, right?
Yes.
He's been prominent since 1999. He was in Baywatch in 99. 44 episodes on Baywatch. Do you know that?
You can look it up if you did. I'll go with that.
Right. But you remember him on Baywatch.
Actually, I didn't watch Baywatch. I had the physique for it, so.
Stargate, Atlantis, he was on that. Many episodes.
Right?
Did you know that? Okay. He played Conan the Barbarian.
In TV or film?
Film.
Okay. I don't have Mr. Momoa's resume memory.
No, I'm just trying to understand how you came to the conclusion they're comparable, because I'm just want to spend a few minutes talking about Mr. Momoa's career. Game of Thrones was one of the most popular things on TV for a period of 3 years, correct?
Yes, he was.
And he was in Game of Thrones.
Yes, he was.
Yep. And he's Aquaman, right?
Yes, he is.
He's Aquaman, right?
Yes, he is.
Right. He's the title character in Aquaman.
Yes.
Yeah. The movie before the Aquaman movie started.
You mean the Justice League and other things like that, yeah.
In that as Aquaman?
I didn't see that one.
Didn't see it.
No.
Miss Heard wasn't in that movie, was she?
Not that I know of, no.
No. Yeah.
That one,
Didn't see it.
no.
Miss Heard wasn't in that movie, was she?
Not that I know of, no.
No. And he was in both Justice League movies. Yeah. And he's in Aquaman 2.
Yes?
They used him in the second Lego movie, right? He's one of the most heroic characters in the recent Dune blockbuster.
Which happened?
In fact, likely his character...
He's not the lead, though.
No.
In Dune, no, he's not the lead.
Did you ever read Dune?
Pardon? No, but I've seen the movie.
No. Do you understand whether his character will come back from the dead in the third movie?
As again, I didn't read the book, so he might. I don't know.
That might
We're just talking about that one.
Bit of a spoiler.
Oh, man. Dude.
He's one of the principal leads in the new Fast movie, Fast X, right?
I don't know that for sure, no.
Okay. But that's not the career path that Ms. Heard has. Title character in a movie. She hasn't spent years on television. She did, what, 8 TV shows? 8 single episodes?
Again, I don't have her resume. If you want to show it to me, we can count them together.
All right. Mr. Momoa remains, well, he's engaged in a recent divorce from another actor. That's correct, right?
I don't know. I don't follow his fan base.
You don't follow Jason Momoa to come up with a $45 million
I said I don't follow
deal?
his fan base. I understand him as a prominent actor in the business, but I don't follow his fan base.
Isn't one of the things that you analyze?
Of course, you can look at numbers, but I don't keep a watch on his social media feeds.
All right. All right. You, Gal Gadot is in Wonder Woman.
Yes, she's a star.
She's in fact Wonder Woman.
I know, she's good too.
Yep. All right. She's the time there's been now multiple Wonder Woman movies, right?
Yes?
Yeah. And even before that, she was in franchise films.
Which one are you referring to? Excuse me, I honestly don't remember her being that as one of the main characters. I know it's The Rock and that
You
whole
didn't even know she was in the Fast and Furious franchise.
I've seen it on her resume, but I didn't.
All right. You'll agree with me that Wonder Woman is a more prominent role than Mira?
If you're going to talk about apples to apples in that exact movie, yeah.
What about, does Mira have any, self-titled franchise films? And Ms. Gadot played a much bigger role in the movie they were in together, the Justice League movie.
What movie they were in together?
Yeah.
I haven't counted the screen time, so I can't really say.
Okay. You indicated that another person compared Ms. Heard with is Zendaya. Right?
Zendaya, yeah.
Person so famous she goes by one name.
I guess it works, I guess.
All right. She's been on the Disney Channel since she's 13 years old.
Right.
Right? She's won an Emmy.
Yes, she did.
Right. Was singing and dancing and swimming from trapezes in The Greatest Showman, right?
Yes.
Yeah. She's now been in multiple Spider-Man movies.
Yes.
She's 10 years younger than your client.
Right.
Yeah. But this is a person that you deemed incomparable.
Well, as I was explaining to you, when you look at superhero characters, there's not that many to pull from. So I worked on pulling characters that were in superhero movies that were about the same age range within 10, noted to me, thank you. And also just where her career would have gone. I said that they were comparable, they're not identical. So you can just look at what their career has done, either in others or the one they were in, and then you look at where her career should have gone. even though she may not have been at the stature of a Zendaya at that time, you can still see a comparable trajectory of what happens when you're in a blockbuster movie. It's just a reference point. It's not meant to be identical. They're not meant to be the same people, or not even have the exact same career. It's meant to be a reference point. Simple as that.
Everybody we've looked at have been in more blockbuster movies than Ms. Heard.
But Ms. Heard was also in the biggest blockbuster movie, and the light that shines on Jason Momoa will also shine on. So you have to look at it in context of the biggest movie that DC
In the DC
Comics is,
universe.
and also one of the biggest box office films ever, probably within the top 10, because I've looked at it, right? So it's going to shine brighter on her than someone who wasn't in that movie. And again, it would have just helped her in her career move forward, not stalled it and be in her world be silent.
For the jury to accept your damage analysis, they would have to agree with you that Ms. Heard was on the precipice of a meteoric rise. Right?
Actually, no, I didn't. I did use meteoric with someone like, let's say, Gal Gadot or Zendaya, but I actually gave you a range and gave the jury a range that they weren't all going to have a meteoric rise. Some of them. And so what the numbers that I gave you do not represent a meteoric rise. A meteoric rise is when Jason Momoa goes from, I don't know, $4 million, $5 million to a $50 million payday. Meteoric shift in our business. But when someone has contracts that actually go from $1 million to the first one, $2 million, and then $4 million, that is standard for a franchise that well. And so I based those calculations on very specific numbers that were already contracted. I wanted to stay within reality and look at the numbers that were already contracted for Ms. Heard, move out forward on one film a year, maybe a TV show here or there, and some endorsement contracts, which is very typical for an actor in our business to make that kind of money.
So the example you just used is somebody went from $1 million to $2 million to $4 million. Your client has never had a contract that exceeds $2 million, correct?
In the Aquaman Justice, it's actually the Justice League contract because they're associated. So Justice League, Aquaman, she was paid $1 million. Then in Aquaman 2, it was written that she was going to, and if there's another one, it was written in the terms that she would get $4 million. So it actually was a contract that Ms. Heard signed with the studio.
Right, but the movie hasn't been made.
It was Aquaman 2, the
Right.
third one is still on deck, as they say.
Yeah. Okay. Let's put it differently. Your client's never been paid $2 million for a movie she
She was paid $2 million for Aquaman.
Right.
Aquaman 2.
And she's never been paid $4 million.
She was contracted to be paid, and when the movie goes, that's what she will be paid. So that's what I said. She was
If
on
she's
the
in the movie.
If Aquaman 2 does even nearly as well as Aquaman 1, there's going to most likely be a third one. So we can look at that as a precedent that was set in writing, actually.
If a movie makes $795 million, you think there's likely to be a next one?
If it was the first or the second one, but if it's the fifth that you're referring to, Pirates 5, it performed well at the box office, yes, but certainly not in comparison to some of the other ones. And that's what a studio like Disney will look at to say, has that franchise had its run?
Disney wants to walk away from an $800 million payday?
Well, an $800 million payday has to be put into context to the budget to get that movie and then the marketing thereafter. And with the increasing costs and not only Mr. Depp's fee or any of the, and plus the other actors' fees, plus general production costs that are getting more expensive, costs, which are sometimes 1, 2, or 3 times the budget of the film, a film like that, a studio can spend $600-800 million just making and marketing the film. So $795 million. And it seems like a really good box office, but you have to put into perspective of what's spent on production, marketing, and the overhead costs that the studio takes. So you have, again, of what the budget of the film and the marketing of the film is.
All right, let's put some more things in context. Ana de Armas. That's another one you used.
Yes.
All right. She's most recently, I guess, in Deep Water with Ben Affleck.
I don't, again, I know some of the movies that she's been in. I don't remember about Deep Water. I don't, is that
Okay.
to be honest?
She was in the last James Bond movie.
Yes, she was.
Yeah. They were talking about making her the next female Bond, right?
Right, after her big star, gotten a lot more big roles, which is what we had hoped for Ms. Heard.
Yeah. And you said that her breakout role was Blade Runner?
Like the first big, studio movie that got a lot of attention. I believe that was the one that we can look at as a marker for her, sure.
Did you watch Blade Runner 2049?
I did.
Do you know what she did in the movie?
It was years ago. I don't remember exactly what she was in, what role she played, but she was in that movie, and from that, her agents used that as leverage.
You have no knowledge that her principal role in that movie was as a gigantic naked billboard?
Are you saying that's the only thing she was? She was a gigantic naked billboard. She wasn't in the movie.
That's the principal role.
I don't remember the movie well enough to know.
Okay. And did you know that she was, I talked a little bit about Ben Affleck, right?
Right.
He's an interesting example because he's been in a role that's been recast multiple times. Yeah.
Yeah.
Batman.
Sure.
All right. So the title character in that DC series has seen how many actors? Right. Michael Keaton.
He was Batman.
Val Kilmer.
You're a movie buff, yeah.
Yeah. Christian Bale was.
I think he was. You're right.
George Clooney was Batman.
Definitely.
Yeah. I guess Robert Pattinson is now Batman. But you're taking an absolutely iconic role that the DC universe has recast 4, 5, 6 times.
Correct.
So that just because you have the role in the first movie or the second movie doesn't mean you get it in the third movie or the fourth movie.
Unless it's contractual.
Unless it's contractual. So, now, let's look, Ana de Armas, like the new Marilyn Monroe on Netflix too, right?
I believe so. She was also in Knives Out, which is probably even a bigger breakout role for her. But
Right.
again, I chose Blade Runner because it's a similar thing. You After Out probably was her big moment in time.
Yeah. All right. The other person you picked was Chris Pine. Chris superhero movie, Wonder Woman.
He is in Wonder Woman. He's also, well, Star Trek being a blockbuster, but not necessarily a superhero, right?
Yeah. He was in both Wonder Woman movies.
Yes, he plays the love interest to Gal Gadot, yeah.
Yeah. On Star Trek, in the Star Trek franchise, he plays Cap, right?
I don't remember exact role that he played. I didn't see it in the movie. I just know it from his resume, to be honest.
Do you know who Captain Kirk is?
Yes, I do.
All right.
Well,
But is Captain Kirk in Star Trek?
I hate to say I'm not a Star Trek fan.
Okay. But you used Mr. Pine as an example, irrespective of the fact in this franchise film?
I did know that he starred. That's why I used it. Again,
in fact, he was the most prominent person in the movie.
we can go over this a couple more times, and I'm happy to do so. All I want at from a small pool of people that have been in huge franchise movies or superhero movies, and give you a sense of what the range is or what someone's trajectory can be. Again, they are not apples are both red apples. I just was looking at a range. It's what we do. It's what we do in the industry. It's what you do to kind of get a sense of how much you're going to pay an actor, what they're worth in the foreign markets and the domestic.
My question was, did you know whether he was in Star Trek?
Yes, and you were asking me why I chose him, which is what this conversation is about. And again, I chose him because he was part of Star Trek and Wonder Woman, and I don't know the exact time frame of which came first, but the fact that he's in both of them is consistent with what actors of this ilk be like this.
But you talked about breakout roles, but you don't know which was his breakout role.
Chris Pine's been an actor. He's been a well-liked actor. He was in Wonder Woman and
Did a
Star
movie
Trek.
with Denzel Washington?
Pardon?
Did a movie with Denzel Washington?
He's had a good career.
Yeah, great career.
Yeah.
Yeah, much longer career than you, right?
She was on the precipice of a great career.
Yeah.
She hasn't had the chance to negotiate that yet or be in those movies yet, so we don't know yet.
We're getting back to precipice. Didn't you just deny precipice a few minutes ago? I said she was on the precipice of meteoric rise. You said.
Heard.
All right. So of the actors you selected, 2 of them are the title characters in movies. One
is Aquaman. Who's the other title character?
Gal Gadot.
Wonder Woman, right.
Right.
She's Wonder Woman. And you mean Jason Momoa, sure, yeah.
So you get 2 title characters. You got James Kirk, and those are the people that you thought were most representative of Ms. Heard.
Again, there are not that many in the pool to pick from. I'm not going to put comparable actors that haven't been in either large, what we call tentpole movies or superhero movies. So I wanted to work within those parameters, and that's what I did. So those are the actors I chose, yes. And to show what type of work happens when you're in a afterwards.
When you say comparable, every one of the actors you chose had a much longer TV career than Ms. Heard.
Again, they were all in superhero movies that did very, very well at the box office.
And there are tons of actors and actresses who are in superhero movies that don't have meteoric rises thereafter, correct?
Not one, but to your point, there are many actors that have no career prior to a breakout role and then have a meteoric career and have had no career prior. So you don't always just look. Yes, it's helpful. And with Ms. Heard, she had good reviews, so that's what I looked at. But if you look at other actors and they have their first role and all of a sudden they become a superstar from what happens in our business, it just does.
All right. With respect to your comparable actors, have no personal knowledge as to how much any of them were compensated over the period you reviewed.
Incorrect.
Have personal knowledge as to who?
Jason Momoa.
And you derive that personal knowledge from talking to somebody?
Yes.
He didn't tell you.
His agent did.
Okay. What you will rely on what Mr. Momoa's agent told you, but you have no knowledge. You didn't see the contract.
No, his agent is at William Morris as well, so they.
Right. And you've never seen anybody else's contracts as to what they were making.
No, but in 25 years of being in this business, I understand the basis of which actors are paid blockbuster films, and then they're in large budgeted studio films. So it's not a leap to kind of understand where the actor's making. And again, I really didn't want to try to be speculative I wanted to work with the numbers that Amber had contracted for already and just take it from there and said if she had done 1 movie a year and 1 series and done product endorsement, that's how I got to take her on a meteoric rise. I wasn't looking to give her the same career as Jason Momoa. I took her numbers that her agents had actually negotiated and worked from there.
When you say you worked for the same career as Jason Momoa, the TV program that she most recently did, The Stand, she made $200,000 an episode. That's what you testified to. Your damage analysis, you give her $1 million an episode had the Waldman statements not occurred. And you do it only because you believe Mr. Momoa has gotten in something that he's in.
Right.
So you are giving her the same career as Jason Momoa.
Well, again, with someone like Ms. Heard, who was in a blockbuster, in my discussions with William Morris, that's what they were looking to negotiate for her on other projects. So I got some of that information from her management team directly.
So her agents were looking as much money as possible?
I think that's the job of an agent. They usually try to get the most money as possible.
Testimony is they were looking to get the money for her, but you need somebody willing to pay on the other side of that deal.
Right, but agents are working with people in the industry and have a pulse on have a finger on a pulse of what's going on, so they know who's marketable and what the prices that all the streamers are paying these days.
You haven't seen a single one of the reference other than Ms. Heard's?
No, other than, again, what I was talking to William Morris in terms of the pricing that they are aware of, not only for their own clients, but what's out in the marketplace. And I've also worked with other actors on other cases that have gotten similar contracts, so I'm familiar with the rates of endorsement contracts.
You haven't made any reference to the actual earnings of any of these actors.
Again, as you do an analysis, you put together the numbers that you know from both your experience and the marketplace and the agents that are working in the marketplace. So together, that's how I created those numbers. And most of those numbers specifically, and giving her a very steady career, which is what she had had prior to Aquaman.
Yeah, and you don't have the prior actors you looked at other than Ms. Heard's. In fact, that information, I guess aside from Mr. Momoa's, is confidential, right?
Usually it is, yes.
Yeah. Mr. Momoa is, Ms. Heard shares an agent or an
Right, but
agency?
look, I've also been in the industry for many years, and I know what actors get paid. I talk about budgets constantly. Not a secret within the industry, the amount that actors in those types of movies are paid very, very well.
You're not currently working as an agent for anyone, are you? All right. So, these comparable actors, did they form some basis for your opinion?
No.
Okay. So your I understand it is that Ms. Heard should have been able to renegotiate existing contract.
Which is standard in the industry as well as with her agent specifically.
Do you know if it's standard with Warner Brothers?
I'm sorry?
Do you know if it's standard with Warner?
I don't know if it's standard at any of the studios, but it is agents to renegotiate, and oftentimes are successful when the film is done so well.
Right, but what you're talking made a promise that she will do the next movie for, in this instance, $2 million, right? What the agent is trying to do is to get Warner Brothers to say, hey, the agent is trying to do is to get Warner Brothers to say, hey, you should pay her more than your contract says. You like her? What?
Well, as Ms. Kovacevic said, also, it's standard in the industry. As again, I've been in the industry, I've worked with her, and we have conversations about what is an actor getting, or what can they do, or what are they going to do the next time. So again, it's a standard in practice in the industry, especially when a film is as successful as Aquaman. Go back and renegotiate. In fact, that was conversation.
Isn't the standard practice is that they would try to renegotiate, but it's up to the studio?
Sure, but oftentimes in a movie of such of the nature of Aquaman, they're very successful.
The entirety of your analysis assumes a renegotiation with a studio for terms that are double what the studio promised from Ms. Heard she would work for.
Correct.
All right. Have you talked to Walter Hamada?
Have I spoken to him? Mm-hmm. No.
Do you know who he is?
Yes.
Who is he?
He's at Warner Brothers, or yeah, I think he still is there, but certainly at the time of the renegotiation, he was a senior executive.
And do you know whether he's the president of DC-based film productions?
Title, yeah.
Yeah. Who's in a better position to determine whether Warner Brothers would renegotiate, you or Mr. Hamada?
Again, on the agents that were talking to Warner Brothers about Mr. Momoa, and they were wanting to talk to them about Ms. Heard as well.
Okay, I'm not
so
sure.
I based my information on them. So the connection should be it's not Mr. Hamada and me.
All right. Who's in a better position to know whether Warner Brothers would renegotiate?
Objection, Your Honor. Calls.
Just asking.
I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
Do you review any testimony from Mr. Hamada?
I did.
Did you understand that Mr. Hamada says that they want to hold the lawyers? I mean,
that was a philosophy that he said Warner Brothers had. Yes.
Yeah. Yeah. Impacted her. Did you understand that Mr. Hamada said that nothing Mr. Depp did impacted her compensation?
I don't remember that part of the testimony. Do you have it available for me to read?
Do You don't know whether Mr. Depp said about Amber Heard affect her compensation?
Again, I don't
remember?
I don't recall that testimony. No.
Do you know whether Mr. Hamada indicated whether he even knew who Adam Waldman was?
Again, I had a conversation about Hamada and Waldman or Depp.
And you don't remember whether Mr. Hamada made any statements as to whether anything Mr. Waldman's heard compensation?
In my experience, studios don't talk about how or why they make decisions based on publicity or conversations. They're not going to try. They're going to be very protective. Just natural.
Yeah, unless you can get him to testify under oath at a deposition, right?
Well, even so, they're not going to say anything negative. They may bypass it by being positive, but they're not going to do anything that could potentially damage a relationship that may change or be worthwhile in the future. So that's just what a studio person does.
Mr. Hamada is in the best position to determine whether there were with Ms. Heard.
Objection, Your Honor, calls for speculation.
He's the president of the company.
Overruled.
I don't know how involved Mr. Hamada was on a daily basis in terms of chemistry, but I do know that Warner with Ms. Heard and Mr. Momoa, before she even got the role, she went in and did what they call a chemistry test. So that was to actually see whether there was good chemistry between them. And certainly there was good chemistry because she was then hired to be the romantic interest. So whatever Mr. Hamada said during his deposition, I look at what actually happened in real life, which is she got the chemistry test and then she got the job.
And in real life, she went in before and took the test. Then she made a movie. Then there was an existing movie under which Warner Brothers could whether there was chemistry, right?
The movie worked. It made over $1 billion, and they're all over the poster. If they didn't think that there was chemistry, they wouldn't have put Ms. Heard on the poster next to Momoa. So,
you know there were multiple posters for the Aquaman movie. There were multiple posters for the Aquaman movie.
yes, there always are. That's standard.
Teacher Ms. Heard.
Right. So when you make a poster at the studio, it's normal to have people's perspective. So you want the romantic poster, you want the superhero poster. So it's normal for them to have many posters, but the romantic poster was of Ms. Heard and Mr. Momoa.
Right, and all the others are just of Mr. Momoa.
Like we talked about, it's Aquaman, but she was prominent in the ones that that Warner Brothers wanted to appeal to women and to the romantic interest of the consumer.
Right. What movie would Ms. Heard have gotten absent Mr. Waldman's statements?
Well, the ones we know about specifically that she was a movie with Gail Garcelle Bernal, I believe that's how you say his name, at Amazon, which is what Ms. Kovacevic said. And she was also in consideration for a movie called with Michael Bay. But again, after the Waldman statements, nobody would talk to the agents, and so they weren't able to garner more. Oh, she also had a movie that she was interested in producing that a friend of hers or colleague was doing. So there was at least those three that I read about.
Those were three movies that she was being considered for, but you don't know what movie she would have.
Well, again, they stopped the conversation after the statement, so we don't know where they would have gone, of course. But she was in consideration for all of them, and given her fame from Aquaman, that would have helped all those movies. So it made a lot of sense.
You're projecting movies way out into the future that you have.
Made a lot of sense.
You're projecting movies way out into the future that you have no knowledge would ever have gotten made.
Well, that's what we do when you talk about comparables and economic standard in our industry, as a forensic expert and in the industry. That's how movies are financed, as a matter of fact, is by forecasting what happens in the future.
What connection do you draw between Mr. Waldman's statements and the reported reduction in Ms. May?
Again, it's just it's the timing of it all. It's the timing of it all. And also, they were going to take her out. The emails that I read, I'm not sure at this point, but.
So, when you have an option, you literally have the option whether to include the actress, right? That's what it means.
Correct.
Right. So They can choose to exercise the option, entirely up to them.
Correct.
And they have, that particular studio, to your knowledge, has repeatedly recast figures in their DC movies.
We talked about Batman.
What about Superman?
You know, I'm not. I think I'm more familiar with the Batman act and a couple actors of Superman. But depending on how the movie performed, if a movie doesn't perform, they'll look for other actors. Or if they want to go a different direction or reboot a franchise, they will look at different actors. Successful, they're not likely to change the actors, especially not in the second one or the third one.
Another reason they'll look for a different actor or actress, if the actor or actress is charged or asking too much money to play.
Yes, not in figures under $10 million, but yes.
Yeah, if you're asking for too much money, you might not get your role again. And that Ms. Heard could double her money.
Well, her contracts doubled her money from each one to the next, so it wasn't that large a leap to do that, especially when the agents had told me that that was what they'd been discussing.
All right. You seen the script of Aquaman 2?
Personally?
Yeah.
I don't know what the date was or when it was or where in the succession of the rewrites it was. I did see one draft, yes.
You don't know what Warner Brothers has in mind for that in terms of the kind of movie it's going to be?
It's a superhero movie.
Right. It's supposed to be like a buddy comedy, right?
I don't know. I don't know about a buddy comedy. It's an action movie, superhero movie. I don't know.
Who's Patrick Wilson?
Patrick Wilson. I've heard that name, but I don't know Mr. Wilson.
All right. Do you know if he appears in Aquaman?
Again, I don't know him by name. If you want to show me a picture, I can, or a clip from the movie.
Do you know if Mr. Wilson appears more frequently in Aquaman than your client does?
I didn't count the screen time when I watched the movie. It was a long, even when I didn't count the screen time of anybody else.
Mr. Hamada?
We discussed that, yes.
You disregarded all ability to renegotiate, correct?
Well, where Mr. Hamada said that from time to time they will break their philosophy and renegotiate. It's what they did with Jason Momoa and with Gal Gadot. So, it ties with what we know in the industry, which is it can be done.
It's what they did with the two title characters in the DC universe.
Again, I've worked in the business for a long time. Renegotiate their careers. I'm sorry, not their careers. Renegotiate their fees. It's common practice. And it's certainly what the $8 billion plus.
Right. Again, focused on the agent, but it's the studio that pays the bills.
Yes.
Right. Mm-hmm. All right. Your Honor, I have a fair amount more to do.
Continue.
I'm sorry? I didn't know if we were going to 5:30 today or not.
Every day is 5:30 day.
Okay. We may not even need to get there.
Every day is 5:30 day.
All right, perfect. You talked about Ms. Heard's endorsement deal with L'Oreal.
Yes.
And that L'Oreal has concerns. They try to use her. People respond negatively to her.
People don't. The Depp fan base has responded, have posted negative things about Ms. Heard on their campaigns.
So, did you say the Depp fan base?
Well, people that were consistent with the rest of the Depp fan base.
Yeah, but there are people posting negative things that, other than things that came from Mr. Waldman, correct?
I haven't seen all the. I was looking at what L'Oreal discussed and what L'Oreal said in their communications.
All right. They made a word cloud of the words that were most commonly associated with Ms. Heard in its marketing campaigns.
I knew they did that. I didn't see it myself.
Right.
Again, no.
Okay. You didn't talk much about this, but in order to get to the damage analysis that you got, the $45 million, initially you suggested that Ms. Heard would have a role producing and starring in a movie, and that she would make $12 million.
I've talked about that, but in the latest calculation, that was really less what I considered and more about what films and TV and endorsement deals that she would do. The producing was something that she had, Momoa got that, so that's where the agents were discussing those figures with me.
The last movie that she has a production credit for is in 2013, right?
I haven't memorized her resume.
There's a movie called Syrup. Did you ever hear of it?
No. Aside from having probably seen it on her IMDb.
And Soon the Darkness credit, right?
I'll if you say so. If you're reading it off of her resume, I will believe you, yes.
2010.
Okay.
12 years ago. But you, at least at some portion of at some point in this analysis, were of the mind that she would recover with a producing role and a starring role in a movie? Because that's what Mr. Momoa got.
Again, the agents were just saying that those were the kinds of numbers they were looking at in her producing career.
Right. Those are the kind of the numbers the agents would like her to get.
Right, but again, I didn't use that in the final analysis of my $45 million, so it was a question point because that's what the agents wanted me to consider.
All right. All right. You have testified that the breakout heard was Aquaman, right?
I didn't say the breakout role, but I used it as a movie that it was a superhero kind of super box office success. Some of her other critically acclaimed movies probably helped her break into that role, which would have been The Danish Girl, and then her work in Justice League, which was a natural progression to getting to star.
All right, but I used breakout. Perhaps you didn't, but this is the movie that springboards her to the kind of money that you are suggesting she should earn.
Yes.
Yeah. And other than Aquaman, which was 2018, how many movies has she booked?
Well, she booked Aquaman 2.
Right.
And she did The Stand, which was a significant television show.
Right. But outside of the Aquaman franchise, one movie role, since 2018, right?
Right. The industry also knows that she's planned to be on that next movie, and they understand her production schedule, so that would conflict with a mega box office movie. So there's scheduling and conflict issues as well that she and her team would consider.
So from when was Aquaman? It's December.
It was either December 2018 and then it depends on where it was in the world. It started in December 2018 and then it moved out to 2018.
How many months between December 2018 and the Waldman statements went?
12, I think. 15 or 16, if my math is correct.
Right. She got one role during that 15 or 16 month period, entirety of the post-Aquaman boost, right?
She got Stand.
Right.
And then she was in discussions for other films as they were getting ready to go.
But role for 16 months between the release of Aquaman and what you say are the Waldman statements.
Well, she got The Stand.
Right. She got one
pretty significant TV role, yes, for a Stephen King novel.
Right. She was in a movie, though.
I'm sorry?
She was in a movie that was released after Aquaman.
What movie are you referring to?
Gully.
Oh, well, I don't know when that was shot, so you'd have to tell me when it was shot. Movies get released at different time frames. Like they can be shot in 2016 and not get released till 2000. Tell me, we'd have to look at the actual filming dates of the Gully for me to talk to you about that.
She wasn't initially cast in Gully, was she?
I'm not familiar with the casting process of.
Do you know who Alice Eve is?
Who?
Alice Eve.
Alice Eve. Sounds familiar, but I'm not recalling who she.
Been in any number of movies. You don't know who she is.
Again, I know her name, but I don't know her resume.
She's in Star Trek.
Great.
Right. She was in one of those breakout roles, Star Trek, but you don't even know who she is. Okay. Ms. Heard replaced Alice Eve in the movie Gully, right?
I don't know the casting process. I don't know who's starring that. Who?
Ms. Heard.
For Gully?
Yeah.
Can you tell me when that was in? No, I don't. But what was the filming date of, and what was the start?
You didn't look at the Gully contract when you were making an analysis of Ms. Heard's damages?
I don't recall whether I looked at it or not.
Did you understand that she was making $2,190 per week for Gully?
Can you tell me when it was shot? When does that contract get negotiated? It's relevant.
The contract is negotiated prior to the release of Aquaman.
Okay.
So she signs this contract for $2,190. Is there do you know what the Screen Actors Guild low budget agreement is?
It changes from year to year. It depends on what year and what the size of the budget. There's actually 3 or 4 different scale, benchmarks. So when there's a low budget, it can be a micro budget. At low budget, there's like 4 or 5 different scales that they use when it gets to anything other than a studio film.
Yeah.
And oftentimes actors do passion projects, and that has nothing to do with. That would be good for the career. It doesn't have anything to do with the fee made on the film.
All right. What's a loan out?
A loan out? A loan out is the corporation that so that their money comes in through a corporation, and then that corporation technically loans out the actor services to the production. So the loan out is the corporate, and then they loan out, production company. It's just really for tax purposes.
Is Heard booked immediately prior?
I don't remember the dates and times of the filming of the other ones. You always have to look at the filming dates.
You talked about Mr. Shelley was in his chart, right?
I don't remember where Gully was.
Right. Did you look closely at his chart?
At Mr. Schnell's chart?
Yeah.
I looked at the numbers with respect to the social media campaigns is what I was looking at Mr. Schnell for.
Okay. Do you know whether any of the dates of the Waldman statements even appear in Mr. Schnell's chart?
I don't remember.
Okay. A little bit about Q scores and Mr. Bonya. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Heard Mr. Bonya use Q scores from immediately after Aquaman, right?
Again, if you want to show me something, I can answer it. I don't remember every word of Mr. Bonya's, but I remember talking about.
But you don't know as you sit here today whether the Q scores that Mr. Bonya used were after Aquaman but before the Waldman statements?
He used a couple different scores. I don't remember if they were correlated to the statements or not. I remember years more than anything else. Again, I looked at thousands and thousands of pages of documents, so I don't remember exactly.
Even before the Waldman statements, Ms. Heard had very high negative Q scores. Isn't that correct?
Very negative high Q scores?
No, very high.
Very high negative Q scores. I remember discussions of a lot of Q scores. I don't remember exactly what or when, which score, or whether it was.
So in your analysis, consider Ms. Heard's negative Q scores as a restraint on what she might earn on a going forward basis?
No, Ms. Heard's IMDb score has been 1, and it's been 300. Mr. Depp's Q score has been 1, and it's been 253. You know, Q scores change all the time. They're based on current events and movie releases.
You talked a little bit about your Depp's damages. Did you talk, who's Jerry Bruckheimer?
Who's Jerry Bruckheimer? The producer of the Pirates. He's a huge producer of a lot of movies, but he happens to be the producer of the Pirates franchise.
You didn't talk to him prior to your testimony?
Personally, no.
No. And you didn't talk to him on your behalf, did you?
Me personally, no. I did not talk to Mr. Bruckheimer.
And you've never spoken with Mr. Bruckheimer about why Mr. Depp has not?
There has been no 6th pirate movie. There is not a Pirates movie titled.
Depp was going to appear in the movie?
From things that I've read in newspaper publications and emails, I've read that Mr. Bruckheimer was uncertain whether Mr. Depp would star in.
But you haven't talked to him. And you've never spoken with Sean Bailey about this, right?
No.
Or anyone at Disney?
I actually put a call into someone at Disney, and they didn't want to talk on the record.
All right, you called somebody at Disney, and they didn't want to talk to you.
No, again, as I said, studios don't want to tell their stars whether they want to preserve a relationship that may or may not be used in the future. So it's their tendency not to talk about people they are in business with.
Knowledge why Mr. Depp hasn't made a 6th pirate movie.
Well, as I said, there is no 6th pirate movie.
Right. But you don't know why. You have no personal knowledge why.
As I know.
Okay. Did you listen to Mr. Wiggum's testimony in this trial?
I read Mr. Wiggum's testimony.
And Mr. Wiggum said Mr. Depp, right?
I think Mr. Wiggum did. The other agent, Mr. Carino, said he did not. And as there is no Pirates movie associated, and that's what Ms. Jacobs also testified to.
But Mr. Wiggum testified to something else.
It doesn't say to the other 2 agents' testimony.
You've indicated that a portion of the reason Mr. Depp has received negative comments in Hollywood is that he engages in lawsuits.
One of the elements that has contributed to a lot of negative press and attention is due to the lawsuits, and the activity and the behaviors that we talked about earlier have been brought into the limelight.
Mr. Depp's lawsuit here has generated negative publicity, correct?
Yes.
That lawsuit, until she's filed a counterclaim, didn't relate to the Waldman statements, did it?
Mr. Depp's lawsuits?
Yeah.
No, we talked about that. It was pertaining to her op-ed piece.
Right. It related to what Ms. Heard said. Mr. Depp's lawsuit relates to what Ms. Heard said and not to what Mr. Waldman said.
It related to the op-ed piece that...
Right. So Mr. Waldman's statements have no connection to the negative publicity Ms. Heard has received relative to this trial, correct?
Objection calls for speculation, foundation, hearsay, and outside the scope.
We're looking for a causal connection here.
I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
Yeah. Time you met with Ms. Heard.
I only met Ms. Heard at lunch today.
Okay, that's the first time you talked to her.
First time I met her.
Okay. What's your compensation for testifying here today?
For testimony, it's $650 an hour.
What has been your compensation for providing the assistance that you have in this case?
I've been working on the case for about 3 years, and the 3 years, I believe it's around $60,000.
You said 60?
Yeah, over 3 years.
All right. I have no further questions.
All right, redirect.
And I'm going to make it definitely. Ms. Arnold, and how do you fit within that 5:30? Ms. Arnold, you were asked a number of questions about the different social media, and how do you know that it relates to the Waldman-Depp statements? Do you recall all those questions?
Yes.
Okay. The social media that was connected, and some Jessica Kovacevic, and some of it was Mr. Schnell, actually tracked the language from the 3 statements from Waldman, correct?
Objection leading.
What, if any, efforts were made to track the negative social media that caused the damages that you've attributed?
Objection leading.
So L'Oreal did a lot of research. William Morris did a lot of research. Mr. Schnell did a lot of research. And in those conversations, those were all the negative social media campaign and the Waldman statements.
All right. And they connected back to those 3 statements, correct?
Yes.
Objection leading.
And what, if any, connection did they have to those 3 statements?
Again, we talked about this earlier. We talked about some of the hashtags being similar. We talked about the Waldman or the Waldminion. So there were a lot of connective tissues between the social media campaigns and the Waldman statements.
Okay. And I'm going to jump because I think this is part of this. So you were asked some questions of call that?
Yes.
And asked whether he testified that whether anything Mr. Depp said or anything Mr. Waldman said had anything to do with their to exercise the option to Aquaman 2. Do you recall that testimony? Or that,
I recall
those questions?
The questioning, yes.
Okay. Now, the testimony from Mr. Schnell tracked the 1.2 million tracers to January 2021, correct?
Objection leading.
Do you remember what month that was until?
Right. Mr. Schnell did his analysis. It was from April of 2020 to January 2021.
And when did Warner Brothers tell Amber Heard and her agents they were not exercising Aquaman 2 contract?
It was in February of 2021.
All right. And what, if anything, did Mr. Hamada say about whether the reason they did that was because of the 1.2 million negative tweets and Instagrams and other communications?
Objection, no foundation.
Had any impact?
Sustained. Next question.
Are you aware of whether he said anything about that?
I recall in the Warner Brothers
Objection, hearsay.
Sustained.
Do you know whether that had any impact? I'm asking now. She's allowed to rely on hearsay.
Sustain the objection. Next question.
All right. You were asked a whole lot of questions about the different comparable, and so I'm just going to go to this again. Of all the different movies, of all of those comparables, which movie was the highest grossing of all of them?
It's Aquaman. I mean, everybody talks about Aquaman being one of the highest, if not the highest grossing films. Certainly the highest DC comic film or in that superhero world. But again, it runs very close to it.
Do you know whether Walter Hamada admits it was the highest grossing DC film?
Yes, he said that, yes.
Okay. So when you're looking at comparables, what, if any, relevance is there to the degree of success of that DC superhero movie?
Objection, foundation.
To that, Your Honor, that's
Lay the foundation.
Do you know the answer to that question? Do you know?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
I forgot it. No, I have to admit. Okay. So what if, do you know whether it makes a difference, whether how successful that DC superhero movie is in what types of films they'll be able to get in the future?
Objection, foundation.
I'm asking the foundation.
if you want to ask the foundation, go ahead.
I'm sorry, that's what I thought I was asking, whether that plays any role, the degree of success.
Customarily, when a film
Objection, foundation.
Ask her how she knows.
How do you know?
in 25 years of being, it's customary for when a movie does such an extraordinary amount at the box office, it shines a very bright light on the actors, especially if they're in lead roles. And it's customary that they will get, not customary, it is, I don't want to use the word standard, but it is very frequent that a star in a movie that has performed so well at the box office and model character that Mira was, that she would have gotten other roles and worked quite a bit afterwards, and that movie would have helped her career. I mean, that's...
Okay. And with all these comparables, when you gave the range to this jury of 45 to 50 million in estimating this over this period of time, Heard's estimated damages range is above all those other comparables?
No, again, I was very specific in using the actual negotiated rates that Ms. Heard's agents were able to get in that contract and use that as a precedent. So again, I always wanted to be grounded in what Ms. Heard actually was in contract for and what her agents negotiated. And I used that as the baseline for the final loss. I used the comparable to show how consistently they all worked and how their careers.
Disney and the Pirates 6 again. What, if any, knowledge do you have of, hey, Mr. Depp, $300 million and 1 million alpacas?
Objection, no foundation.
I'm asking her, what, if anything, does she know about whether Disney is...
If you can lay a foundation.
Okay. Did you listen to or did you read the Disney testimony? What do you recall Disney saying about whether they were willing to pay Mr. Depp $300 million and give him 1 million alpacas?
They would not be willing to pay $300 million alpacas.
Thank you. You were asked about the defecation. What, if any, recollection or not about whether that social media negative campaign that you've testified had the words defecation in it or poop?
Objection, no foundation.
I know that the word used.
Okay. Was that
Move-
in any
move
of the
to
ones you
strike.
Sustain the objection and
Okay.
move to strike. Next question.
Okay. In your review of the social and the negative social media campaigns that you testified to with this jury, that include the L'Oreal, that include the WME, that include Mr. Snell, and include what you've done, what do you have of how many of those that are influencing your connections to the defamation statements include the words poop or defecation?
Objection, compound.
I don't believe poop was one of the hashtags that was connected to the statements.
Okay, thank you. You were asked about the time period between the defamatory statement, between the release of Aquaman 2 in December 2018, Man one, thank you, and the defamatory statements that were in April 2020 and June 2020. Do you recall that testimony?
I remember that questioning, yes.
Okay. At time, were you aware of whether Aquaman 2 was in discussions with Amber Heard about scheduling the filming of Aquaman 2?
In the period between the and
Before. I'm going before.
Okay,
I'm
sorry.
talking about the period of time when they released Aquaman 1
okay.
and the April 8th, first of the defamatory statements.
Right.
Do you know that Warner Brothers was in discussions already with Amber Heard about scheduling her for Aquaman 2?
Objection, hearsay.
Do you know? I'm asking her whether you know.
I'll sustain this.
Okay. Do you have knowledge whether Aquaman was in discussions with Amber during that period?
Objection, hearsay.
How would you know? How would you know?
Well, Amber received an early draft of the script. Amber's agents were in discussions.
Object.
I think she can say that.
Sustained.
Okay. What is, in your experience, based on getting scripts, what does that mean? I'm asking for experience.
In my experience with the Aquaman, they keep the scripts very tight. You know, they don't let anybody read them. They're numbered. They have your name on it. So if you're getting a script for a movie such as Aquaman that's kept tightly the vest, if you will, by the studio, you are going to, they want you to be in the movie. Otherwise, they would never give you the script.
And so if a script was given to Amber Heard before April 8, 2020 defamatory statement, what would that suggest?
Objection,
based on your knowledge that you've just testified to.
Objection, speculation.
Overruled.
Again, if she got the script, they were going to use her in the movie. That was their plan.
Okay. I have no further questions. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Is this witness subject to recall?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, so you're still an expert, so you can have a seat in the courtroom. I'm sorry.
still
okay. You still are.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, this has come to the end of our day. All right, the outside research tonight, and don't talk with anybody about the case, okay? And we'll see you in the morning, bright and early at 9 o'clock, all right? Okay, thank you. All right, just a few planning notes, okay? After testimony tomorrow, and we excuse the jury, we'll go ahead and have Mr. Rottenborn, we'll do those tomorrow after, is that okay? Does that sound good? All right, we'll do those right after, like right now, tomorrow. Okay, that should give you the proffers that you need to do for the record, okay? All right, and then whenever all the testimony is done, possibly at this point, it would be Thursday afternoon after the jury is excused. We'll go over the remaining jury instructions. We'll take up those, and we'll also, if there's any other from the evidence this week that we need to talk about, we can discuss those as well after the jury's gone on Thursday evening or if earlier, okay? And just as the plaintiff has used 45 hours and 24 minutes, the defendant has left 15 hours and 51 minutes, and the defendant has 4 hours and 9 minutes left, okay? So that's where we're at.
That is on the plaintiff's witness.
5 and 51 minutes, and the defendant has 4 hours and 9 minutes left, okay? So that's where we're at. All right, anything else for this evening?
Your Honor, the last witness that is on the plaintiff's witness list is Mr. Depp, and I was just hoping we would get an answer
You mean
as to what.
defendant's witness list?
Yeah, defendant's witness list.
I don't know. Are
was
you
hoping
still
to get an answer.
changing witness? I mean, I'm not sure. Okay. Make a decision in the morning, okay? All right, everybody have a good evening. All right, thank you.